Hello and welcome to the stream. It's been a minute. Uh, Yesterday I made a small proposal to make Solitaire because I think it would be kind of cool. Fun little brain exercise. And I'm gonna be making it using the one lone coder pixel game engine. So I'm gonna go ahead and grab that real quick from the site. And I'll go ahead and make an example. Use the example real quick, make sure it runs. And then we'll get started. That is not what I was trying to do. Okay. Okay, let's run this. See if it works. Indeed it works, we get pixels. Great. So now we know that that works, we can get started on actually programming this thing. Solitaire. Solitaire is interesting. It's a fun little game. Played it on Windows 95 a bunch when I was a kid. It's got, I believe, 7 columns. And so the first thing a solitaire game needs are cards. So I'm gonna make some cards real quick. Play it to study it to figure out to make it. Welcome. That is not the right orientation for a card. But I do want to make it. Yeah, that ratio doesn't look right. Let me try. Maybe like a 1 to 1.6 ratio, maybe? That looks a little better. We'll go with that. Anyways, what I need to do is establish, one, a card size. I think 32 by 48 is pretty good if I were to zoom this out. That's what it would look like, and then the pixel game engine, it would be larger. So if it's 32 by 48, and I'm going to have 7 rows, that means 224 pixels worth of cards themselves, and then they need some spaces in between them, maybe like 8 pixels or so. So we'll add 56. And then we got some barriers on the sides, so maybe another, I don't know, 32 pixels. And this will give us a playfield of 312 pixels required by, I don't know. Keep it at 240 for now. Let me just get a feel for how large this is gonna look. I think for a solitaire game, that's a pretty decent ratio. I might want to go a little wider, actually. Like if I wanted, realistically, it doesn't have to be as tall, so maybe 200 pixels tall. And I'll just increase the pixel size. There we go. Yeah, for a solitaire game, I think this is plenty of space to work with. So my cards will be 32 by 48, and now I have to generate the cards. Now, the cards themselves, they all have suits, so there are 4 suits. I'm just gonna make icons for them real quick, and I'm gonna make the icons 32 by 32, and then we're gonna procedurally generate these cards using these icons. So first we have the, oh god, I have not set up GIMP. Let me do that real quick. I like the default grid to be 32 by 32. I also like it to be on by default. Where is it? We'll find this. And all the tools are bunched up right now. We're gonna paint options shared between tools. Where is the... There's like a toolbox. There it is. Toolbox thing. Tools configuration. I need to make it so none of these are grouped up. I don't want to use tool groups, so we remove that. This is how GIMP used to look with all the features separated. That's what we want. I like it better that way. And... Alright, so we need a spade and a club for black. That is not black. Spade and a club. Did I not just change you? Think I might have to look at a reference picture for these. Crud, what do these even look like? Playing cards. Let's look at that. That would help me. Okay. Yeah, so let me do the spade first. That one's actually easier. Kind of goes like this. A bit more. That. Pretty close for now. Oop. Did that for one side and mirror the other side. What? There we go. Let me see. What is it missing? It's missing some curviness right here. Where's the eraser? Oh no. Hard edge. Okay. Need some curviness here and here. And needs some here too. Almost looks more like a rocket ship than a spade. I mean, these are too much. Yeah, it's too pointy. It needs to be in the point up here needs to be, well, a point. Yeah, kind of like that. Getting close. Okay, that looks okay. Let me mirror that. I think that will be fine. And then the club is going to be a little harder, I think. What the heck? Why? This doesn't look right. Hold on. I didn't delete the other one, did I? Cool. I'm just going to stick with my programmer art because it's special. And I guess mine's too fat. Like, I actually tried to size it in this 32 by 32 area, but really it needs to be squished down a bit. Maybe I can just scale it like this, kind of. Yeah, more like this would make it look right. Oh no, anti-aliasing. We like our pixels. Interpolation, none. Okay, that's a little better. So, unfortunately, it's not symmetrical anymore, so I probably need to... Yeah, the middle went away, so I need to delete this side and mirror this side and flip it and there. Cool. I like that better. And then I'm gonna have these... Actually, I think the clubs are gonna be a little easier to do. kind of like 3 circles. So go. Oops. No anti-aliasing. One, 2, and 3. Then down here is like a little, it's a stem. Little pointy stem. Like that. And it's good enough for me. Oh god. There we go. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, Webdings has them. Or Wingdings, or Dinglings. You're right. That actually would be easier. Let's do that real quick. I like that idea. Thank you. No. Oh my. Okay. Alright, let me just type every letter until I find it. Wingdings. Actually, let me just use the character map. That would be the smart way to do this. Wingdings. Let's see here. What you got? What you got? Yes, the Windows logo. Good old Microsoft logo. Alright. Nope. Oh, it died. Alright, Webdings. Webdings. Nope. Wingdings 2. I think I saw him. I feel like they should have been in Wingdings 1. Did I just miss? Oh, I'm blind. Wait. Am I blind? It's weird, because there were generic shapes here, and they're messing with me. Okay. They're not in there. Wingdings 3. You better be right about this. No, I'm pretty sure I've seen the card suits in one of these before. Why are there so many arrows? Holy cow, it's just arrows. Just never-ending arrows. Alright, it's not Wingdings 3 for sure. It must be Wingdings 1. I feel like all the like major icons were in Wingdings 1. I don't see them for whatever reason. I see a keyboard. I see a mouse. Pencil sharpener? Do we still use those? Well, worst case scenario, I go find the emoji or something. Check Arial? Wait, Arial? What in the world? Oh, yes. So it is just a, like, Unicode thing. Okay, cool. Awesome. Easy. Alright. Cool, cool. Arial, 32 pixels, and spade. Let's not anti-alias it. Dang it, why? Cool. Put it right in the center. Gotta scale it up. Let me try a larger size actually. There we go. I will take that. I mean, that just saves me time. Do 3 more of these. Nope. Okay. 40. That in the center-ish. And then these two will be red. The heart. Red. I don't want that red though, that's too bright. Maybe like that. Slightly shaded. Slightly faded. Cool. Actually, you know what? They are pretty red normally. This is too light. Maybe they're like darker red. That's usually how they're represented. Yeah, more like this. So there's that. And then one more. Got the diamond. Okay. Diamond. Darker red, please. Okay. Because of the non-anti-aliased versions, they're kind of whack, but I'm not going to worry about it too much right now. Let me save these in the actual directory where these are. I think they're in... Where's Visual Studio saving these? We're saving these in... Where's the properties window? Hello? No, I want the... Hold on, let me get this window. I forget how to use this. I haven't used Visual Studio in a minute. Here we go, Property Manager, I think. Wait, what? No. Wait. Oh, wait. I'm so confused right now. Oh, is it this? Properties. Oh, whatever. It's gonna be something. Dang it. Properties window? No. Yes? Yes, properties window. I found it. Okay. Gosh. See users Sigon source. Why is it in source? That's kind of weird. Sigon source repos solitaire. Okay. Make a new folder. Assets. Put in here. So this is the spade club. Why are these different colors? Heart. Hello? And diamond. Okay. So to generate these cards procedurally, this is Solitaire. I'm going to have a list of all the cards. Let me think of how I want to organize this. I kind of want 4 lists of cards. Do I? I could just put them in a giant array. Or I just make a render function that renders cards based on their properties. Maybe I'll do that instead. Render card. So the render card function will accept a suit, and it'll accept the number of the card, and then it will just draw that card, and I guess it needs a position. Let me do my favorite using namespace OLC. And I'm going to include a position to draw the card at. So the suit is going to be an enum. We have 4 different suits. We have the spade, the club, the heart, and the diamond. Need an RNG function. Oh boy. Okay, so we knew the card's going to be 32. I guess I shouldn't hard code it, so maybe I'll just make some final variables. Final int, or final const int. What do we call this? Card. Actually, I'm just gonna do a vi2d here. Card size. Make it 32. What did we say? We said 32 by 48. Should be what we want. So when we draw this rectangle, we're going to draw it at position pause. Size is card size. And let me just draw a white rectangle real quick, make sure that works. On user update, we will render a card at position 48, 48. Suit spade, comma, number, let's say 7. Alright, obviously we don't use those yet, but just making sure this draws a white rectangle. It does. I do want it filled in, so we'll change that to a fill rect decal. And now we can work on actually rendering the card itself. So the number has to go in the upper left or upper right corner. I am going to use Jack as 10, Queen as 11, King as 12, and Ace as... Wait, Ace as 1? Is that what I want? I don't know if that's what I want. That's gonna make the logic funky. Wait, no. Ace is the lowest, never mind. For some reason I was thinking Ace is the highest. I think I was thinking of, something else. Anyway. Let's draw some numbers first. Draw string decal. The color of the... Is this not a thing? Fill rect decal? Oh, wait, I'm dumb. I was about to say, is this not a thing? Draw string decal. Let's draw it at position plus... how much? Maybe like 4 pixels? We'll see in a second. Convert the number to a string. Standard 2-string number. And we'll draw it in whichever color the suit should be. So, if S is less than or equal to club, then draw it as black. Otherwise, draw it as red. Let's just have a look at that. I don't see anything. Maybe that's because the text is behind the card. Alright, so we draw a 7 there. I don't like how far it is from the edge, so I'm going to move it a little bit closer to the edge. So let's try just 2 pixels away from the edge. Okay, cool. And there's always an upside down version of it, so if we wanted to be accurate, we would draw it upside down in the other corner too. So I'm going to do that real quick. Or try to anyway. Wait, can we do rotated text? I don't even remember. I don't think we can. Not without... Oh wait, rotated string. I've never used this function before. I just realized that. I've never drawn rotated text. Cool. Well, we're about to try it. What argument did I just put? Oh, next is the angle. So the angle is supposed to be, I assume it's in radians, so we'll do pi times, God, what's upside down? Pi over 2? No, pi. It should be pi. I need to define pi. Const float pi is 3.1415926535897. We're not going to do that much. That should be good enough. Anyways, define pi. This was where the center is. The center of rotation, we'll just keep it at the corner. So I may have to adjust its actual position if we use that as the origin. Scale can remain for now. Let's see how that looks. Oh wait, I drew at the same spot, didn't I? Can't even see it. But anyways, let's put it at the edge of the card. So we'll add the card size. And we'll just subtract 2 and see where that puts us. Oh wow, that's perfect actually. And then I need to put symbols. I guess the symbols usually they just go in the middle of the card. And it's based on something. When it's one giant icon. When it's more, it's smaller icons distributed evenly, kinda. So I guess I'll have to do that based on how many there are. So we'll render that. We'll probably just make a switch statement here. If it's a jack, queen, or king, I don't know what I want to do for that, because art-wise, they have special art, but I'm not going to do the art for them. So maybe we'll do something special. I have to think of an idea. But for now, I'm just not going to put any image there. In fact, I might not even render the actual icons right now. Or I could, but I could do it in a crude way. I'm just thinking, how do I want to do this? Yeah, I think I'm gonna skip drawing the icons for now. At least knowing what card we're using is all we need. Let me draw a heart real quick. Make sure it appears as red instead of black. And indeed it does. So this is all I care about right now. As long as the card is rendered and it shows what number it is, that's really all we care about. Also, the red needs to be dark red, I think. Not normal red. We can worry about the visual stuff later. How do I multi-select? Can I multi-select in Visual Studio? Oh, crud. I want a multi-line. Edit. Oh, whatever. Rip. Cool. I need to put this in a repo real fast. Solitaire. Okay. We'll set that up. Let's create a Git repo. Yep. Push your code to GitHub. I don't want to push to GitHub. I want to push elsewhere. Existing remote. Remote URL. Create and push. Did it work? Push to remote started. Push to remote. Push successful. Excellent. Very good. Nice and easy. Alright, moving on. Well, I assume it put all my... Okay, yep, it did. Thank you for making life easy for me, Visual Studio. Alright, let's get started on the actual game. The first thing I want to do is create some card slots. Each slot is going to have a property. And that's going to determine how they work. Slot type. So the slot types are, let's see, we have I don't know what I would call this. I guess the play deck. The deck we're gonna have to draw cards from to place on the field. We have the play deck, we have the active play deck. We have I guess they're like home slots. And then we have the field slots. Those are the 4 different slot types we have, and the reason why I want to specify them is they all get rendered in a slightly different way. And that's why I want them like that. So first things first, I need to create all of these slots. They need to exist. So there's one play deck. So I need a class called a card slot class. Card slot class has... Well, it's going to have cards. It's going to have face down cards. And it's going to have face up cards. The card slot is also going to have a type. And we need to define the card class real quick. The card class has an enum to represent its suit and a number to represent what its number is. Looks like those are all the structures we'll need to get started. I'm going to make a copy of this. Wait, can I do that? I'm pretty sure I can do that. Get a copy of this window. Pretty sure I was able to. New window. There we go. All I want is another copy of this so I can see the file in 2 places at once, ideally. I also want to remove this breadcrumb thing. I never liked the breadcrumb thing. Let me see. Use map mode? No. Is it called? It's like a mini map? Map? Map. Is this just... Show annotations over vertical scroll bar, show vertical, show horizontal. Use bar mode. Okay, there we go. That's better. I just don't like the preview thing. It takes up space for no real reason. Yeah, I don't like it. I just like the regular scroll bar. So first thing I'm going to do is create a bunch of card slots. So one is the play deck. Then we have the active play deck. We have 4 home slots. Home 1. I could make this a vector or an array. Actually, let me just make an array. Standard array. We have 4 card slots, 4 home slots. and then we have 7 field slots. So with each of these, we do need to initialize what they have. Oh, each card slot also has to be on the field somewhere, position-wise. So I'm going to give them all a position. And in onUserCreate, we will set that up. None of these have public members. I'm going to turn these into structs. I just want direct access to everything. I don't want to make a bunch of setters and getters and to set these things up. So the play deck position, we said there was going to be a 16 pixel border. So I'm going to place this one at 16, comma, let me think here. I didn't really do the vertical positioning, so I'll just say 8. The active play deck. Ooh, we're gonna have to initialize these two. I guess I'll initialize them like this then. This will be easier. 16, comma 8. This is of type play deck. This one's at position, let's see, 16 and then another 16, 32, and we're gonna add another 8 for spacing. So 40, comma 8, we'll add the active play deck. For all the home card slots, I think we can initialize like defaults, but we're going to have to change these individually. Yeah, I'll set these individually in here. I is less than 4. Iterate through all the home cards and set them. Let me do it this way. Card slot C in home. We need references, not copies. So the position of each of these home slots is going to be from, so there's a gap. So I'm going to add 16 to this, which is 56, plus 8, 64. And then I'm going to add another, I guess it's 40. So we're going to start at 80 plus, this is why I wanted to use I. Let me do it the other way. Int I0. $80 plus I multiplied by card slot C equals home I times 40, comma 8. It's going to be the position. And the type is going to be a home slot. We're not worried about the other two things quite yet. Then, doesn't like this. Home is ambiguous. Is it? Is it really? Slot type dot home. Type name is not allowed. What? Am I dumb? Okay, yeah. He's using the wrong syntax. It's less than field size, I plus plus. These will start at 16 plus I times 40, comma 8. They are 48 pixels tall, and then I add another 8, so 56. Plus the edge border, so they'll be at position 64. Y, I think. These are field slots. Okay. For each of these card slots, I'm just going to render them. So Card slots are going to have a render function. Render cards function, I guess. For now, I'm just going to draw the position they're located at using a rectangle here. Card size, white. So we can just make sure they're all where they're supposed to be, kinda. This doesn't know about FillRect decal because it's outside of the Pixel Game Engine instance. I guess I could build all of this inside of... Like, there's no reason I have to go outside of this class, honestly. I'll just build everything in here. Makes more sense. Well, this... Pause card size. Non-static member reference must be relative to a specific object. Wait, this is a struct though, isn't it? Pause cart. Pixel Game Engine FillRect decal. Hold on, let me... Something's not right. This is supposed to be part of an instance. I guess what I'll do... Pixel Game Engine instance. Or I guess I'll call this game. On user create... sets game, or I guess the constructor can set game equal to this. That would work too. And we'll just say game. That's a pointer. Okay. I just need to pass the instance outside of the class, I think. There's two errors. What are the errors? I don't want warnings. Errors. Conversion. Narrowing conversions here. Let me do this real quick. VI2D. VI2D. Okay. Okay. I'm not calling anything. Let's call the slots now. So, play deck, render cards, and then active play deck, render cards. Home. Let's do every home. For card slot C in home. Render cards. For card slot C in field. Render cards. Alright, that should render every slot. We'll see how it looks. What? I think I forgot something. Instead of fill rect, let me do regular rectangles and see what's going on real quick. Alright, that doesn't really help. Let's see, I think... Okay. Well, for one, we use references and not copies there. But that's not really the issue. The issue... I don't know, actually. Let's start with play deck. Let's see where that is positioned. Because apparently... Okay, that looks correct. So then when I render active play deck... I assume these are at 0, 0 because I didn't initialize them, and we'll get to that shortly. It kind of makes sense. I have like dead objects there. But this one's at 40, 8, which I guess isn't correct. If this is 32 pixels out, that should put, oh, it puts at 48. And then I add 8. So I wanted this at 56, actually. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's correct. Alright, so now for the home cards. So I think these instances just aren't initialized. So we have to actually initialize them. So home I will be equal to a brand new card slot. Um, I feel like this is not right. Let me see. Oh, I see. I think I see the issue. I have... Wait a second. So, this instance right here, I don't know if these are initialized. I have to think real quick. Why? Hmm. I'm gonna run this and breakpoint right here because I want to see what the value is at this point. Home I has position 0, 0. Okay, I mean it looks correct so far. Let's step into. Okay, so here's what I was making sure is C is not like undefined or anything. And then in the next line, we should be setting it. So we're gonna go to the next line. And pause becomes 80, 8. Hmm. I think these are not changing because I'm not using a reference. And that's why. That's it. I'm just not using a reference, so these, I'm not changing them directly. Okay, there we go. Kinda. These are, the numbers aren't correct because I messed up the first set of numbers. But I have to add 40 between each and 40 from the 56, so that's 96 plus I times 40. Should put it farther towards the edge. There's supposed to be a gap. I think I didn't account for that, so I'm going to add another 40 on top of that. put them, I'll add a gap between them like so. And then finally, I need to add the other guys. Yeah, the last set of cards. So yeah, remember to edit the actual objects and not copies of said objects. So there's all of our slots. Gotta push real quick before continuing. Git commit. Added card slots. Commit all. Be right back. Have to push manually. Push. Cool. So if the cards are flipped over, if we're rendering face down cards, we're going to draw like this gradient to represent that. Okay. If there are face up cards in a stack, we're going to draw the depending if the card slot type is so for play deck and wait, no. For home and field, if there's a face up card, we draw. Wait, what am I thinking? Let's just do each case individually. Switch based on the slot type. I think this is sensible enough. So if it's the play deck, we're always going to just draw face down cards unless we are... let me think. Unless there are none left. So if face down cards dot size is greater than 0, we will draw a face down card, which we're just going to represent using I was going to go with the gradient, but I think I'll just go with let's go with like dark cyan for now. Okay, so that's for the play deck itself. So there are no face down cards right now, which means nothing is going to display. Let me just confirm nothing displays. Yeah. So what I'm going to do now is in the face down cards of the play deck, I'm going to add some stuff. So I'm just going to add one. Face down cards, push back, make a new card real quick. The card will be a 4 of spades. So now that I added a card, it should render a rectangle because there is a card in the face down pile of the deck. So that clearly works, and none of the other piles render anything because we haven't added that yet. But let's say active play deck. We're going to have a face up card of a 9 of clubs. And then we'll add that momentarily. Right now, nothing should display because we haven't implemented that logic. So I'm going to go ahead and do that now. So for the active play deck, active play deck is interesting because let's say every time we click the play deck, it draws 3 cards from it until the play deck runs out of cards. So if there's only 1 card remaining, you flip it over, you only get 1 card to pick from. You don't get 1 plus 2 other cards. So I'm going to need another variable that represents flipped over cards just for active play deck. Because nothing else will use this. Only active play decks will. So we're now going to look at if flipped over cards.size is greater than 0. So active cards or face-up cards will contain the rest of the pile. But flipped over cards will contain whatever is immediately available for use. But wait, is that right? What happens when you pull the last card out? Don't you get the cards don't you get a card underneath? I think that's how it works. If I can place the flipped over card from the pile onto the field, it should reveal the previous card. I think that's how that works. Yeah, that makes sense. So I think what I'm gonna do, but it only shows like 1 at a time. With 3 card draw, you draw 3 cards, but if you knock out the other 2 cards and then you knock out the 3rd card, you just get single cards after that, right? I'm pretty sure I remember that being a thing. It's not like you get the next 3 cards. That makes sense to me. I didn't really think about that. But that is indeed the case. If you run out of flipped over cards, then start going through your face-up cards in reverse order. So I think this is how we'll do the logic. If flipped over cards.size is greater than 0, we'll render that specific card. So let me do render card. Oh. Of course, render card is in here, so I'm actually going to move that out to here because only card slots care about rendering cards in the first place. We'll use our OLC game instance here. Okay. Let's render each card up to 3. They'll be like next to each other. So they'll be pretty close by. 4 int I is 0, I is less than flipped over cards.size, I plus plus. Render card at position. Let's see. Well, our current position plus I times, oh, I don't know, let's do, we just have the peak to be able to see a little bit of the next card, so maybe like I times 12 or something should be good enough. The flipped over cards I card dot, what is S? Huh? Aren't these supposed to be cards? S is suit, duh. And the number. Flipped. Should probably just do it this way. Card reference C. There we go. C.S, C. Number. This needs to be a PI2D. Like that. Okay. Okay. We need an else statement here, though. Let's say if our face up cards dot size is greater than 0, and we're done with our flipped over cards, we'll show the last card in the stack. So we'll say card C equals, not flipped, face up cards, face up cards dot size -1 to get the card that's at the top and render that card at position pause. Okay. I am missing a curly. Cool. Alright, now we can test this. So first, I'm just going to run it. We have a face-up card. Oh. I have a pie not declared. Right. The pie is down here, I think. Where's my pie? Pie! Uh-oh. Where'd I put the pie? It's right here. Okay. Wait, example pie? Am I dumb? Okay. Alright, so right now, since we have a face-up card in the active play deck pile, it's showing that one. But let's say, not only do we have the 9 of clubs in the active play deck face-up, but right now we just flipped over the regular play deck, and we have 2 cards. Let's say we have the... Actually, let's do 3 cards. We have the 3 of hearts. We have the Queen of Hearts, and we have the Ace of Spades. Let's just say we have those as our flipped over cards. It should show these 3 instead of the club of 9 of clubs. And indeed it does, although the 11 is cut off. I forgot I'm going to replace the number with a letter when it's above 9. Let me do that real quick. Oh, I guess we have to display 10 though. I think what I'm going to do is squish the 10 so that it still would appear, but definitely use the letters for Jack, Queen, and King. Also, I think I forgot 10 exists. So really that's a Jack. Anyway, gotta look at that real quick. If your draw is inside a left click press condition, yeah, that would be the case. Let's update the render card function real quick. So instead of just drawing the number, we got some conditionals. So we can't just convert it to a string. Let's say if the number is greater than 10. Let's do it the other way around. If the number is equal to 13, we're gonna do a... Oh god, hold on. Can we two-string a character? I guess we... Well... No, we can't two-string a string, so the conditional has to be outside to determine what to render here. So if number is equal to 13, we'll display a K. Else, number is equal to 12, we display a Q. Else, number is equal to 11, we display a Jack. Otherwise, we'll display the number itself. And I will do the same right here. Okay. But upside down. Let's just make sure that works real quick, and the 11 renders as a J. And indeed it does. It's a little... Again, the cards are... I should draw some borders for the cards too. That would be nice. Do that real quick. So each card gets a little draw rectangle decal. Black. Just so we have borders on the cards. Cool. Yeah, so if we're drawing a 10 though, we need to squish it a little bit. So I'm just gonna make yet another little conditional for that one under the size, which should be right after the color. So if number is equal to 10, the scale will be like 0.7, comma 1. Otherwise, it'll just be 1, 1. And these have to be floats. Cool. Let's give ourselves the 10 card real quick and see what that looks like. Okay, cool. It almost fits. I would say shrink it a little bit more. Let's try like 0.6. That'll probably be good. Yep, I'm happy with that. All right. Oh, and 1 needs to be A, not 1. Okay. If number is equal to 1, then display an ace. Cool. We have done that. Let me commit, add card numbers, and set up card displays for active, play deck, and play deck. And is this the push button? Where's the push? There it is. Okay. Alright, next thing to do is the home slot display. All the home slot is going to display is whatever the face-up card is. That's easy. So if face-up cards.size is greater than 0, we will render that card. Whatever's at the top. Easy done. Let's just test that real quick by adding a home 2. Let's add a face-up card. Naturally, we'd start with like a... Let's see, what would be in the... I don't know the order of the suits. I really should just put the suits in the proper order. Playing card suit order. Club, diamond, heart, spades. Club, diamond, heart, spades. Let me change this. Club, diamond, heart, spade. Okay. Club, diamond, heart, spade. So hearts would be that slot, which means I would put an ace of hearts in that position. And indeed, an ace of hearts does appear there. Oh wait, I should probably put at least the symbols, huh? I didn't even think about that. There's no symbols. Let's see that real quick. Also, this was spade. Uh-oh. Why is spade red? Oh, because I had... Oh no, this messes with my suit logic because I just used the black... Oh my god. Okay. Let's change the suit coloring logic now that that doesn't work anymore. If S is equal to club or S is equal to spade, we use black. Cool. I should fix the coloring. I was very confused for a second there. But yeah, I should really add the symbols at least underneath these. Even if I'm not going to properly do the symbols on the cards themselves yet. Just putting them right underneath would be nice. So in our render card function, let's do that. We're going to add two symbols. One's going to be upside down so that it works, it's flipped over. We're going to add our sprites. So we need our sprites. Let's see. I will make our sprites global. I guess that will work. Or is everything in here now? Everything is inside the Pixel Game Engine class, so that works. I should rename this, by the way. Instead of example, Solitaire. Yeah. Okay, call our game class Solitaire. Why is this not all indented? I just realized I like these indented. Cool. Yeah, I'll put all of our... They're going to be decal pointers, so decal... Actually, renderables? Let's do renderables. So we have club, we have spade, we have diamond, and we have heart. I just like to put image or something, sprite. Because they are sprites after all. Or decals, whatever you want to call them. On user create, we will club sprite equals renderable. Forgot how to actually do this. I think it's .load. Or is it load? I forgot how we do this. Gotta look at the header real quick. Renderable. Oh, here we go. Create. Club sprite dot create, or rather load, not create. Load requires a file name. Our file name is under assets / I think I just called it club. Hopefully I called it club, but I'll double check. Solitaire, assets, club, diamond, heart, spade. Cool. Too easy. So we got club. Diamond. Heart. Nice insert mode there. Very useful. And spade. Okay, so those should be loaded and available now. Okay. Draw decal. So we're going to draw at position just below the text itself. So it's going to be like... How much do I want to add to this? The text is, I think, 8 pixels tall. So let's say 10, 12. The decal we're going to use is, well, it depends on the suit, huh? So I'm going to put get sprite, and I'm going to just include the suit. The get sprite function will return which decal we want. So decal reference get sprite suit s. So we'll switch based on the suit. Can I have Visual Studio auto-generate these for me? That would be cool. Doesn't look like it. Oh wait, quick actions. Quick actions. There's nothing. Alright. Case club. Case diamond, case heart, case spade. So for clubs, we'll return the club sprite decal. Is that not how it works? Is it a... It shouldn't be a pointer. Decal returns a decal. Oh, it returns a pointer. That actually makes sense. So yeah, return the decal of club sprite. Turn the diamond sprite decal. If I can type eventually, it will come out. Heart sprite and spade sprite. Get sprite. So that should be fine. Non-stack member must be relative to a specific object. Did I do something dumb again? Non-static. Oh, because it's a function for class Solitaire. So really, it should be game get sprite. If I'm... No, wait. That doesn't make sense either. Relative to a specific object. Wait a second. Why am I not using the class here? Okay. Now I can use it. It's kind of weird because I didn't intend for... I didn't intend for this function to not be global, but I put everything in this class anyways, just for the sake of... Actually, I don't know why now. I really should move them back out, so I'm not... It's whatever. It's already done. Is that it? Draw decal? Yep. Let's see it real quick, and then I have to draw the upside down version. I'm missing a semicolon somewhere. That's not good. Where am I missing a semicolon at? Wait, what? Oh wait, Solitaire is not defined yet. That's a really bad... This is not a good practice. I am forward declaring class Solitaire to use that pointer thing. Oh, right. So the images are 32 by 32. I need to scale that down to 8 by 8. I forgot about that. So 0.25 should be a good size. So it'll be 8 by 8. Excellent. That is pretty much where I wanted them. And now I just need the upside down version. So we're going to draw a rotate decal. Rotate decal uses the angle here, which is pi. And the position now is going to be this minus VF2D2, 12. Let's see how that looks. Oh no, I didn't scale it. Or the scaling is not here. This is the center. Center is 0, 0. Scale is 0.25, 0.25. Cool. It's good enough for now. Just render the cards as is. I'm going to change the background color, and then we'll render blank slots with just outlines. Or I could leave it black. I don't really want the background to be black though, so I'll do a clear real quick. I wonder if I could do it here. Since I'm rendering decals, I don't feel like I have to re-clear the screen after I clear it once. So let's do dark, or not dark, very dark blue. Use a dark green. Oh, you're right. The classic is a dark green. Actually, that is correct. Okay, and then, yeah, outlines for all those. So render card, or not card. Let's render card slots that are not there. How do I want to do this? I guess no matter what, we will always draw a rectangle. Draw a rect decal. I'm just gonna go with black outlines. Cool. So that just shows outlines of all the slots. The final thing I have to make rendering work for is the field cards. There are two aspects to it. There's the face down cards. If there's a face down card and you click it, or if there are face down cards, it shows the face down card. If there are face up cards, it only shows the face up cards, and depending on how many there are, they kind of go down. And if it gets too large, you have to like squish them up or something, but I won't worry about that for right now. But we have to make that happen. So this one's a kind of tricky, like the active play deck. So case field, if face down, or let's do face up first. If face up cards dot size is greater than 0, then we will draw every face up card, but they're gonna go down in a row. So kind of like what we did for flipped over cards here. For int I is 0, I is less than face up cards. Card C, face up cards I. Render the card at the card slot position plus I times, I'm just gonna give it 16 spacing for now, and we'll see how it goes from there. If we need to adjust it later. Oh wait, not horizontally though, vertically. Suit CS number, C dot number. So that renders all those down. If there are no face-up cards, let's see if there are face-down cards. If there are face-down cards, then we will draw a face-down card. Which will just be a blank thing. Kind of like this. Cyan. Dark cyan for now. Alright, so firstly, nothing should have changed yet. I'm gonna make this third card set have some face down cards. So let me do field 2 face down cards. I'm gonna give it like a, we have no diamonds yet. Let's give it a 6 of diamonds and a queen of clubs. And then in field 4, which is the 5th slot over, let's give it a king of clubs face down and a, I already have ace of spades there. Let's do 2 of hearts, but face up. So it should display that as well. And then in the 5th slot, which is the 6th, actually the 6th slot, let's do 2, maybe 3 face-up cards for testing purposes to see what that looks like. Let's do the king of spades, the 4 of diamonds, and the 8 of hearts. Alright, let's have a look at that. So it looks like the rendering works pretty well. I don't like that I can't really see the suit. Maybe it's better to put it to the side? I don't know. Because in here it works great, but here, kinda... I mean, I guess there is the ability to, like, if we eventually make it so we can right-click, we can, like, show the cards, right, that are underneath. I think maybe that will come in handy or something. I guess this is fine. But just making sure the functionality works. This one has just face-down cards. This one has a face-down card and a face-up card. This one only has face-up cards and has 3 of them, so it's showing them all stacked. So that should be all the possible variations we'll need for actually displaying every card. So all the rendering is essentially done. Now we need to make the actual functionality. I'll at least get I think at the very least, I want to get all the cards distributed onto the field. Because there are 54 cards, I believe. Is it 54? 13 times 4. 52. Yeah, I'm not too worried about that right now, but maybe later we'll add that little detail. Yeah, you should be able to see, like, I don't know, like a sliver of pile of cards underneath, I guess, to really show that, hey, there are more cards here. That would be cool. So there are 52 cards that we have to shuffle and deal. I guess the way I'll do it is have all 52 cards in the deck, and then it'll just pull from every time it requests a card onto the field, it will pull from them. And I believe the way you deal the cards in Solitaire is you do, like, the first column gets 1, the second column gets 2, the third gets 3. I think that's how it works. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And the rest go in the play. And then, no, and then there's a face-up card, right? So it's like 1 face down, 2 face down, 3 face down. Is that right? I actually need to look at that. Klondike, 3 card solitaire. Rules. I just need to see how you set up the game. After shuffling, yeah, okay, that's what I thought. So, actually, the first column doesn't even get a card, but it goes like face up, 1 face down, face up, 2 face down, face up, 3 face. Okay, I was almost right. I was pretty close. I knew something. I knew it was incrementing somehow. I just didn't know exactly. Cool. So that's how we're gonna do it. We're gonna make at least the card shuffler tonight, and then I'll start doing actual functionality tomorrow. So, the card shuffler. Let's start with a deck of 52 cards and put all the cards in it. So, let me make a vector of cards. I'm just gonna call this card deck. We'll retrieve all of the info about cards from this card deck. So on user create, let's create every single card. So procedurally, ideally. So for each suit, rent I is 0, I is less than spade, I plus plus, we'll create, and then for each suit, we'll create a number between 1 and 13. So we go up to 14 because we're not going to do 14. So, because 13 is king, 12 is queen, 11 is jack, 10 is 10. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Card deck, push back a card of suit I, casted as a suit, and card number is just J. So this is just going to make a card deck of 52 cards. Let's confirm that. I'm just going to break point right here after and see what we have. We should have a deck of 52 cards after that line. So looking at card deck, it says 39. That's not good. I must have missed a number. Club 1 through 13. Diamond 1 through 13. Oh, we just missed an entire suit. Right. Because I put less than instead of less than and equal to. Alright, let's try that one more time. Should be a deck of 52 cards. And it is. So now we have a deck of 52 cards. I have to shuffle all of them. So, shuffling. Actually, I don't technically have to shuffle them. It's just when I decide to deal a card, I pick one randomly from the list. I choose a number between 0 and the size of the card deck. That's really how I could do it. I don't technically have to shuffle this list. I just have to randomize which card is actually picked. Okay, so let's get a random number generator going. I'm actually going to use proper random, standard random. Let's go have a look. It's a little complicated and but let's go. Let's do it. Can you load? I guess it doesn't want to load. Rip. Yo! What happened? It's dead. Alright, let's just go here. Default random engine generator has a uniform int distributor, and we have a random distribution. Here's the thing, though. If we have to describe the range each time, I'm going to have to create one of these each time I need a distribution between those numbers. But, I mean, I guess it's not a big deal. That's just basic code we can use for it. Default generator, random generator. Let me put it up here. We'll have to include, I believe, random. Yep. Include random. Okay. So, these two will be made on the fly. We just have the generator here using the default random engine, which is fine. I don't think we need anything crazy right now. No crazy pseudo RNG, just randomness. So what I'm gonna do is make like a draw card function. And it's going to give us a card from the card deck. I want to say a copy of the card from the card deck, because we're going to destroy the card from the card deck afterward. So we do want a copy, I think. Draw card. So when we draw a card from the card deck, we'll pick a number between 0 and the size of the card deck. And then we'll pick a number from that deck. And for now, I just want to display what the number is, make sure that is correct. And I'm just going to run that real quick and see what happens. I'm going to run it like 200 times after creating our card deck. Let's make sure it's randomly generating numbers. It feels semi-random. That's all I care about right now. Should be numbers between 0 and 52. Draw card must return a value. Right. Let's return the card in that position. Card deck. Dice roll. Before I do that, though, let me make sure this is inclusive, because I'm not entirely sure. Uniform int distribution. I think it's inclusive, but I don't want to go off I think. Uniform int distribution. Let's look. Okay. Arguments. Lower bound of range and upper bound. So 0 through 9 should give oh yes, right here. Are in range A to B inclusive. Good. Cool. That's all I care about. Alright, so it should print 0. What? Vector subscript out of range. Oh no! That's because it needs to be size -1. Cool. So if I look at the... Oh wait, it didn't even run because of my dang breakpoint. Get out of here. We're done with you. Okay, so it generated random numbers between 0 and 51, because if there are 52 cards, the 51st slot is the 52nd card. So there's our numbers. They look pretty random to me, so I think this more or less works. Cool. I see a bunch of numbers of all sorts. Excellent. Now that we have this, and most importantly, after we draw the card and we return that card, we also need to delete the card from the card deck. So I'm actually going to get a copy of the card. Drawn card equals card deck dice roll. Because since this is a copy, drawn card I'm now gonna delete, is it delete? Oh, erase. From, there should be one that lets me specify position. It looks like I just started at carddeck.begin and I added the number. I think that's how we do that. Okay, so let's see what happens now. Okay, that should be expected. We can see here it was drawing random numbers, and eventually the numbers get smaller and smaller as the number of cards decreases until there are no cards left, and then it fails because it tried to draw a card after 52 cards and there were no cards left. So yeah, but we should be able to draw 52 cards just fine. It should draw every single card. So we can see here, every card was eventually drawn with random numbers picked, and eventually there's only one card left, so it has to pick the 0 slot no matter what. So now that we know the draw card function works, we need to actually distribute the cards among our game. So let's do that. So first field slot gets a card. Face up cards. Top push back. Draw a card. So field 0 gets one of those. Field 1, I'm going to start using loops for this. Yeah, so let's iterate through everything. I is less than field.size. So the number of face down cards you get is based on your I amount. So for int j is 0, j is less than I, add 1 to the face down cards. Field I dot face down cards dot push back draw card, and then everybody gets one face up card. So you always get face up card. And then once all done, let's actually just see how that goes. That should work. Cool. So everybody got a face up card and everybody got a bunch of face down cards. However, I can't, like we said, we can't really see the face down cards. And I kinda, well, I just want to check. Let's see. Later I'm probably gonna render them, but right now, face down card added. I just want to make sure it's working. After each one, face up card added. And this is for field column I+1. Alright. Let's add a little separator here. Let's have a quick look. Just want to make sure everything's good. It looks like the RNG is the same every time, so I may adjust that later with the seed. But in field column 1, face up card was added. Field column 2, a face down card was added, and then a face up. Field column 3 has 2 face downs. Field column 4 has 3 face downs. Field column 5 has 4, and so on and so forth. So it looks like that works. The rest of the face downs should go right here. So we confirmed that works. I'm going to get rid of these statements. So for every remaining card, while card deck.size is greater than 0, we'll put them all in the, what did I call it? the play deck. So play deck dot face down cards dot push back draw card. So all the rest of the cards should have went into the play deck. We'll just take a look, make sure there's now face down cards there. There are. And we're pretty much ready to set up a solitaire game. Yeah. That's exciting. Yeah, that's all the random cards done. I'm gonna call it a night here. Good progress tonight. Tomorrow we'll do all the functionality, but all the card logic, or not the card logic, but the card rendering and the displaying of all cards is now done. So that's like the first part. The second part is the actual gameplay, which is going to be the focus tomorrow. And then any further fixes and niceness things will come later. Randomize and set up playing field. All rendering of cards completed. Cards and card slots completed. Cool. Commit and push. For those of you that tuned in tonight, thanks for watching. Again, this was a fun little project I thought might be fun to try out because I haven't done a solitaire game before, so seems like a fun little experiment to try. We're about maybe 40% of the way through. A bulk of it will be tomorrow because we have to actually do the like card dragging around functionality and logic and seeing if cards are allowed to be placed here and there, and of course determining our win condition. That'll be another thing too. Take care. Hello, tonight I will be continuing the Solitaire in PixelGameEngine game. Might even finish it tonight, we'll see. So last we left off, we got all the cards to display in all the card slots. And also I added an RNG seed somewhere. Based on the time of the system, that just randomizes the game. Because before, it would just generate the same game every single time. So that's all well and good. Today we need to make the actual functionality. We can't click on anything yet. But first I'm gonna address not showing like extra cards, which Rune actually talked to me about last time. Some ideas for adding that in. So I'm going to go ahead and implement some of those. The first thing is all these cards with face down cards dealt, they actually kind of go down in a line. There's no like stacking or anything. So I'm going to actually fix that. So we're looking at the field cards here, and the way we would do it is if there are face down cards, render those cards and keep like a variable, an offset variable going into the face up cards. So this is going to go here now based on the number of face down cards. And then the offset for the face up cards is based on how many face down cards there were. Like so. Alright, let's see how that looks. Or we just get an error. We need a narrowing conversion. Because this is a size T, I'm guessing? Yeah. Okay. There's no borders for these rendered outline cards, so I'm going to have to fix that. Also, this goes off screen, so we'll have to deal with that as well. First, I'll add a border. Right now, for cards that are not, or cards that are face down, we're just drawing regular rectangles. I'm actually going to put them in the render card function, and I'm going to make it so these are rendered, the suit will just be face down. Where's the suit? So a face down suit is what I'm going to use there. And that will distinguish between, and we could put any number. For some reason it's not liking this. Wait, did I make this backwards? No. Oh, it wants a position. Oops. Right. Okay. So for render card, if the suit is equal to face down, then we're going to be doing something different. And all I'm doing different is drawing an outline here, because I would have to change this everywhere, so I'd rather fix this now. Draw rectangle decal, pause card size black. That way if we choose to change face down cards later, we can change it everywhere without issue. Let's also change face down cards here. And anything else? Render card. Okay, that should be it. Cool. So now we have separations of face down cards. However, that's all we have to do. Again, this card is off screen, and I have a feeling when we're playing the game, we're gonna have to stack more cards on top of this card. So with that being said, the way we would fix that is when the stack is too large, the spacing between every card stack is decreased. And so we're going to have to store that somewhere, and I'm going to store it in the card slot itself. I'm going to call it card spacing, and card spacing will by default start at 16. That's how much they are separated by right now. And we will reduce it as the amount of spacing becomes too large and they go beyond the bottom of the screen. So to determine that, under render cards, I think what we're going to do is determine what the card spacing should be for field cards. The way we would calculate that is we'd add all the cards that are in the stack, which is the face down cards plus the face up cards. Size of both of those vectors combined. And then the actual size or space taken up will be equal to the total cards multiplied by 16. And one card is 32 pixels large, so I'll add a 32 there so that the bottom, or well, actually, I think we have a card size variable, so I'll use that instead. The card size height is 48, actually. So yeah, we're going to add 48 plus the total cards times 16 to determine where the bottom of the space taken up is. And if space taken up is greater than the bottom of the screen, so we're going to say screen height, we're going to have to reduce it. And the amount we reduce it by, is this not right? Returns, oops, that should be pointing to game. Now the amount we reduce it by is a little tricky. We kind of have to calculate it. I guess we could do it in a while loop. So while space taken up is greater than game screen height. Let's see here. We always start card spacing at 16 and go from there. This int being here probably doesn't have to be there. So I'm actually gonna move it into here. I was thinking maybe we'd use it for other stuff, but it really only applies to the field cards, so I'm going to keep it local inside of here. Card spacing goes down by 1 until all the cards will fit. Then we just use card spacing when we are drawing them instead. So now what should happen is that bottom card is gonna... Let's see. Well, it didn't do anything, so it must be that I have some math error somewhere. Because if the amount of space taken up was large enough, it would have worked. I guess the math is wrong here, because it's card size.y times the total number of cards, not times 16. But each card, oh wait, maybe we just do times, it's card size.y plus the total number of cards multiplied by the card spacing. Oh, I didn't offset space taken up by the position of the actual card slot. Right. And now my game won't load because it's stuck in an infinite loop. So that's not good. So I will close that. Figure out what the heck I did wrong. Oh, I didn't re-update card space taking up. This should be in here. Or rather, let me see. Yeah, I need to update space taken up when we update card spacing. Otherwise, that loop will never become false, ever. Okay. So, what it did was, this stack right here has more cards than this stack here, and the spacing shrunk down. Actually, this stack shrunk down a little too, because I guess before it was barely going off screen. So it looks like that does indeed work. Just to show it dynamically, I'm going to make it so when I left click, the game will add more cards. Just to show that. It is indeed working. If mouse crud, I don't remember how to, oh wait, it's get mouse, I think. Get mouse 0 be pressed. Let's add a card to the last field slot. Field, I think it's 6. face up cards dot push back. Need a new card. The card will be, we'll just do an ace of hearts. Okay. And then we can see that in action. So when I click, as we add more cards, the amount of space between every card decreases. Very good. I didn't mean to... whatever. I want to make it also so the last, or not the last, the face down cards in the card pile will display like a couple of stacked cards, so it looks like there's actual like blank cards. At least show like 2 cards when there's a bunch of cards, show 1 when there's a little less, and then show just the single pile when there's only a couple cards left. Or if there's only like 1 flip left. I guess the number of flips might be a good metric there. So let's say if the amount of cards remaining is greater than... we'll just use some arbitrary numbers that feel good. Let's say if there's like 6 flips left, so we'll do 6 times 3, which is 18. We'll draw 3 cards, all kind of offset by 1 from each other. BI2D -2 -2. This one will be offset by 1. And we'll say if there's like 3 flips left, otherwise we'll only draw the single one by itself. This should make it look like there's an actual stack of cards. So when we start, beautiful. Oh, well, it's kind of backwards to what I envisioned. Let me see. Because I drew 1 here and then 1... oh, I did minus, minus... okay. I see what I did wrong here. I did minus... in my head, I was thinking I was subtracting positive numbers, but really I want to add negative numbers. It's just backwards to what I was imagining it would be. Yeah, like this. Good. And then, yeah, we'll see if this decreases over time. It should. It's just more of a visual indicator that, yes, there are cards underneath there. And maybe for these piles as well, there'll be like face-up cards. It'll show like a stack as it goes on, which we could do for the home cards. So if face-up cards that size is greater than 2, show the last 3 kind of stacked up one behind the other. Although really we're not going to see the details of them. I can use the same render card function for that, which is nice. It's really cool that we can do that. So face-up cards dot size is greater than 3 or greater than 2. It means there would be at least 3 elements. So if I did 3 minus 3, I would get 0. So that logic works. Although I would have to also do -2 and -1 to get the previous cards. And again, I'll add -2 to show the previous 2 cards in that stack. Yeah, I just want to get all these like visuals out of the way. Let me do this. Alright. Yeah, that should error because these are redefinitions. So we'll just do that. Cool. All visual updates, the game... Uh-oh. Vector subscript out of range. Face-up cards is greater than 2. -1, -2, -3. Oh, wait, -1, -2? -1. Wait, no, these are backwards. -2, -1, -2, 1, 2, 3. Vector subscript out of range. Let's see. I need to follow this back. Line 120. I did size -1. Size is 0, isn't it? That's why. Oops. Well, if size is 0, you know, we don't render anything. If it's equal to 1, render the previous card. Otherwise, there are no cards. So don't render them. Cool. Alright. That was just all visual stuff I wanted to fix up before continuing. Prove visual stuff. Prove visual stuff. Alright, let's get into actual behaviors now. There's a couple of behaviors of Solitaire. The first thing we have to do is detect which element we are clicking, which card slot we are clicking. If we click a card slot, we need to do something with that, obviously. Let's start with clicking the deck, the face down pile. I think that makes sense. We'll handle all the clicky logic before we draw everything. So right around, this is create user update. So before we render cards, let's do playDeck.update. So we will, in playDeck.update, do stuff. So we'll go to our card slot, make an update function. And based on the type here, we'll do various things. So let's start with the playDeck type. If clicked, So I'm going to make a function called clicked, which is just going to return true if we clicked on said slot type. We're going to do boundary checks and stuff. For the play deck slot in particular, it's only going to be one like square area, one rectangular area. So that's easy enough. But for the other slots, well, I guess home also is just a rectangular area. But for the other slots, their boundaries are going to be a little different based on what cards exist. So I was thinking I would separate the boundary logic here so this looks a little less messy, because it's already going to be some complex logic. So I just put if clicked, and we'll go back and do the click logic. Then we want to take the next 3 cards from the face down pile and flip them over. So we'll do that 3 times. Also, I just tried a game of Solitaire yesterday just to refresh any like edge case behaviors I didn't remember. And once you remove, if you have more than 3 face-up cards, once you remove a face-up card from the pile, it actually shows the next previous card as well, at least in modern Solitaire. So I think this flipped over cards variable is going to go away and do what I originally intended with that behavior, which was showing the last 3 cards. So if face-up cards.size is greater than 0, yeah, we're just gonna be removing that like flipped over card logic and only having this. Then we're gonna render up to the last 3 cards. I think I can just put them in a loop. I is 0, I is less than. So it can be up to face. It's going to be a min here. So I'm going to use standard min. And it looks like we're going to need the min of face-up cards.size or 3. Is that a function? I feel like that should be a function. Yeah. I assume this does what it does. But maybe I should check. Standard min. Returns the smaller of the given values. Returns the smaller of A and B. Cool. Too easy. So that's what we'll do to render those. Now, it's going to have to be offset here. And the card we are drawing from is actually cards.size minus I minus 1. So as I increments, it's going to go further back. I guess this needs to be reversed. Or does it? Because it's going to display the card that's available for clicking on the left side, but they're going to be revealed in a stack going towards the right. So this is reversed right now, at least from the looks of it. So it should be like we are pulling from the back of the deck, but we're drawing them in the wrong order. We want to draw the card that's furthest back. The card that is furthest back needs to be on the left side. So I'm just gonna... So where it's drawn is based on the number of cards as well. Because if we flip over... No, that's not true. It's kind of weird. Yeah, I didn't really think about this. This is definitely weird. Face-up cards. Because this will give us, like, if I is 0, that's going to be the first card drawn from the back of the, from the top of the deck. The top of the face-up cards, the furthest back from it. So that needs to be on the right, and all the rest follow. But if there's less than the max amount, okay. I think we're going to subtract. Nope, that's not. Dang it. I need to think a little harder about this. This is not ideal. Let's start with I equals this instead and just count up. I think that would make more sense. Because we do have to pull from the backmost 3 face-up cards. But if there's only like 2 face-up cards, then we start from 2 and not 3. And then we increment it. So we just need another counter that has all the cards rendered backwards. I guess I could just double up on the loop. That would work too, actually. The loop makes it more confusing. So I'm going to be more explicit and not use a loop because the loop just makes this way harder than it has to be. So if face-up cards.size is greater than 2, we will render the last 3 cards. That's easy enough. And don't need that. Render the last 3 cards, starting from I. It's going to be 3 minus I think. But it's doing it in the wrong order. So I have to go like I equals 3, I is greater than 0, or equal to 0, I is greater than 2 actually. I minus minus. So it's going to go 2, 1, 0. And for each of those, minus 2, render that at 3 minus I, so it would be at 1. I guess it would be 2 minus I. So it would be 2 minus I would be 0, and then 2 minus 1, and then 2 minus 2. Wait, 2 minus 0. 2 times 12. Okay. I think this is the behavior I want now, but we'll have to double check that. But yeah, I do want to get rid of the flipped over cards behavior because I don't think that's what we want. And we'll have to test this out. So I'll put active play deck face up cards dot push back. Let's say 7 of diamonds, 6 diamonds, and 5 of diamonds. Nothing will render right now if face up cards dot size is less than 3. What'd I do? I forgot a bracket somewhere. Did I forget curly? So curly here, curly here, curly here. Holy cow, what did I do? I got rid of one if statement. Hey, there's something I forgot. Bool clicked. It looks okay. This looks okay. What in the world? Oh, right. It's just returned true for now. Okay. You just wanted a return value. Okay, so that still renders like it did before, which is what I was hoping for. And let's say there were more. This is what I wanted to test. So let's say there were now 4 on the stack. It should display the 6, 5, and 4, with 4 being on the top. And it does, indeed. There are more, but they're not being shown. Or maybe I will show at least one, like show that there are indeed more cards. Yeah, I might do that just for a visual thing. So we'll go to case active play deck. If face-up cards dot size is greater than or equal to 4, I'll also just render an outline card. Or the actual card just outside of there. So I would say minus VI2D or plus VI2D minus 1. This would be 0, so that gets zeroed out. This nice. I'm gonna try to add a VI2D inside of a VI2D. That's not what I wanted. Anyways, that gets zeroed out, so that goes away. I'm just adding minus 1 to that, and a slot of whatever the... Do this real quick. This would be minus 3. So we would render that 7 card just slightly... Oops. Well, it's definitely being drawn, but it's being drawn in the wrong place. Yeah, that way it just shows there are indeed more cards. It's just we're looking at these right now. Just a visual thing. Alright, that's only for that case, so let's handle the other cases real quick. So, if face-up cards dots, we're going to do an else here. This means there are 2 cards, so we'll only loop through those 2. So I'll put 1 and 1. I think I'm starting to see the common variables now. This is why I had to do this, so I can see what the common variables are. Maybe now I can do it in loop form, given that I now see what numbers I need to change here. 2, 2, 2. They all need to change in those spots. So sometimes that helps. So I can actually turn this into a loop now with the proper numbers. Or can I? No, I just have to... The 2 case, the 1 case, and the... Well, the 1 case would be this. One, 0, 0, 0. I guess. Anyways, that shouldn't break anything here. So with 3 cards, it just doesn't show the extra card in the back. And with 2 cards, we should only see boom, boom, 1, 2. Like so. If it was just 1 card, just be the 1 by itself. Now, based on that, our active play deck renders correctly. Anyways, if clicked, we're into I is 0, I is less than 3. If face down cards dot size is greater than 0, we'll draw the topmost card, or I guess the backmost card from the face down cards, onto the top of the face up cards. And we'll do that 3 times, or up to 3 times. So we'll take that card, make a copy of it, because we're about to delete it. Face down cards dot size -1. And face up cards push back C, and then remove it. Face down cards dot erase. Face down cards dot end -1. Now we'll remove that card. And now we just have to make the click function work. Right now it just returns true. So I feel like if I run this right now, it's just going to create a million cards. So let me make it if get mouse 0 dot be pressed, at least. If we at least hold down the mouse button, then we can say we return true. Otherwise, we're not clicking. Pretty sure, if the mouse is not pressed down. Okay. So when I click, well, these cards are going down, but these cards are not. Oh, you know what? I'm putting them in the face-up cards instead of modifying the active play deck. Aha. So we need the active play deck we need to modify the active play deck here. And unfortunately, I don't think any card slots know about any other card slots right now. Could just make them globals. That'd be the easiest thing to do. I have to move all of these as well. Doing some refactoring. I don't. Yeah, that's bad. They all depend on it. I'm gonna have to make something to reference that. So I guess what I'll have to do instead yeah, because these all depend on each other, so I can't really touch those. I will make it so or I didn't really think about that. Because the biggest issue is if we click, let's say we clicked a card on the field and we want to drag it to the home slot. We need to connect those two slots together. They need to know about each other to modify each other. The only real way I can do that easily is by making a function that will transfer a card from one card slot to another, and preferably with whether or not they go to the face-up cards or face-down cards. I guess that's the only way I can do that. Because out here, we do know, or we should know, yeah, what our card slots are out here. But not inside of a card slot. Wait, yeah. So I guess I'll make a new function called like transfer card. We specify uh specify slot from and slot to. We have to put this down here. The problem is transfer card relies on card slot. But these need to call card slot as well. Or these need to call transfer card. I could just make them pointers and reference an incomplete type that way. Which is, well, it is a way, but maybe instead I'll just make them names. Because I do have slot type here, but I also need to be able to specify the number of the slot if it's pertinent. Type from, slot type, type 2, and depending on whether or not it's a home or field slot, it might need an optional slot number. I guess is one way to do it. And I'm going to make another version of this function where it just calls the next one, but it will be using slot 0. That way I don't have to specify it if it's not necessary. It's just an optional one for that. Now I can put it up here and it's not dependent on those. And we also need what card we're transferring over, as that's going to add it to that slot. Although I guess we don't need to know type from, do we? We just need to know type to, I guess. Because it doesn't matter where it's coming from, it's just we're trying to add a card. So it's not really transfer card, it's more like add card. Is what I really want to do. It's not really a transfer there. Cool. I think I got my function I want, figured out. So what we do here is we selected the appropriate card slot based on that, based on the type 2. So in the case of the play deck, there's only one play deck, so and it can only go, can only go in the face down pile. I guess I need to specify whether it goes face up or face down too. Full face up. Is true by default. I guess I'll just do this instead of adding this weird override thing. We can do that in this language. Slot num face up is true. But there is no face up for this, so it's always going to be added to the face down file of playdeck. Playdeck dot... is it a pointer? It's not a pointer. Wait, does this not know about playdeck? Add card is inside of... Oh, this is inside of card slot. That's not good. Oops. So, face down cards, push back. I want a copy of card. I don't want a reference. So add it to face down cards. If it's for the active play deck, the active play deck only has face up cards. Gosh, dang it. I think in hindsight, I should have just made it so the play deck uses face down cards for one pile, and then the pile right next to it is actually the face up cards. I really should have done that instead of separating these two, but it's kind of already done. This always gets face up cards. The next two are more special. For the case of home, we do have to look at what the slot number is and use that. And then we also have to see if face up, then we have to insert it into the face up pile. Actually, home slots always are face up, so we don't have to actually check that. And finally, the field pile, where, again, we will only work on the face-up cards for these. So in the end, it looks like we don't actually need to set the face-up property. It's just already determined based on what actions we can perform in the game. Playdeck will always have face-down cards inserted to it. Active playdeck always has face-up cards, home slots always have face-up cards, and field slots always get face-up cards. You can never interact with face-down cards in those places. So in the end, this turned out to be much simpler after implementing. And now that we have that, I can go back to card slot here and call that function, where we say, when we click the play deck, we're going to add a card. Does it not tell me? Must be relative to a specific object. This is in the game object. Okay. Now it should be happy. Yeah. So, type 2. We're going to the active play deck, inserting our card in the back there. So we get card C equals play, well, face down cards, face down cards dot size -1. So we're gonna get that card, And yeah, we're going to add it to our active play deck. We do that 3 times. Well, we do it up to 3 times. This was the original loop I had. If face down cards.size is greater than 0, we'll go ahead and do that. Now let's test. So if I click, it just adds those. It looks like it's adding the same card, though, over and over, which is concerning me. Oh, it's because I didn't remove the card. Yeah, that would be smart. Face down cards dot erase from face down cards dot end -1. Okay, so I think it's gonna stop here now because we already added, or we already took all the cards from it. So the next thing to do is, wait, so if there's no face down cards, it shouldn't display anything, right? Let me see. Render cards. Oh, nope. If face down cards dot size is greater than 0, do that, else don't render anything. So we didn't have something for no cards in the pile. So click. All those cards are done. Now on the next click, it's supposed to take all the cards and put them back on the face down pile. So that's going to be when we click the active play, or no, if we click the play deck again, it reshuffles. That's correct. So we say if face down cards dot size is greater than 0, that's what we do. Else we will take all the face up cards, or not face up cards, stuff from the active play deck and push it back. However, this clicked function is happening inside the card slot. I'm starting to think that all this stuff, the update stuff and the click stuff, just needs to be outside. Like, instead of updating one specific card slot, we just update the game. So we call update card slots. Like, if we click anywhere, we're going to iterate through all the card slots and see if we clicked any of them. I think this makes more sense. So now I'm starting to see a big problem with how I implemented that originally. So I get to move these guys out. And then for each card slot, we're gonna check for certain things and do certain behaviors. So instead of the switch type stuff, yeah, we're gonna do each one. So first, under update, we say if clicked, and we'll provide the actual thing we're checking for click. So I'm going to do it like this. If we click the play deck, we're going to do those things. Yes. Okay. So we will have to update the clicked function to include a card slot. And card slot is not defined yet, so let me move these two functions down here. Should be better. Okay. So here we go. Slot dot type. We can do it that way. Because now what we must do is put every point I is 0, I is less than face up cards, or not face up cards, active play deck. Now we have actual access to it. Iterate through all those. So if I were doing the act of taking all those cards and flipping them back over, the topmost card ends up on the bottom. Topmost card ends up on the bottom. Right. So I guess the add card thing isn't necessary anymore. Yeah, I'd rather just modify them directly now that we have access to all of them. So I'm gonna remove add card, I think, and just explicitly write what I'm trying to perform here. So active play deck dot face up cards dot push back C. Cool. For everything in face up cards, starting from the top, I guess I'll just do it. If I erase this, then and increment this, we're gonna be skipping cards, I think. So we'll just do it this way. While makes more sense here. While active play cards, or active play deck dot face up cards dot size is greater than 0. We'll remove the top and insert it elsewhere. So I'll make a copy of the card at the top of the play deck. Did I? No. And I'll put it at the end of the face down cards. Push back C. Yeah. Cool. Let's... it looks like I forgot something. Update card slots is not defined. I just called it update, didn't I? Update card slots. And before I run it, I also forgot to erase it. Active play deck, face up cards, die erase. Okay. So now when I click through, we'll go through our cards. And then when I click again, it puts all the cards back, and they should remain in... Oh, that's not good. Now they're all gone. What happened there? Okay, let me do a breakpoint when we get here, and let's see what actually happened. Okay, so there are 12 face-up cards right now. Wait, is that right? That doesn't sound right, because I clicked like 5 times at least. So no, that doesn't sound right. I'm gonna count the number of times real quick. So I clicked 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 times 3 is 12. Okay, maybe that is the case. Wait, are there really only 12? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 28 cards are down here. So there should be 24 cards up here. But I only clicked 4 times. So I messed up something. Um yeah, that's let me just do a general debug. And I want to pause real quick and just take a look at our variables. I'm going to look at... Wait. Where's the... Am I dumb? Do I not have, like, the thread selected or something? Alright, well, let me just breakpoint... Let me think. On user update, I guess. Just breakpoint here. Because I want to see where we're at when this happens. Okay, so the play deck has 24 cards. And we said there were supposed to be... Field has 6 plus 1, so 7. Should be 6 plus 1. Yeah. 7 plus 6 plus 5 plus 4. 2 plus 1. 28. So yeah, that's correct. There are 24 cards in play deck. We should be able to click it 8 times. So now, let me debug the clicked function, because that's clearly causing some problems. We will break right here and see what is happening with that. Get rid of this breakpoint though. Okay, so when I click, alright, so we're entering here. Right now the play deck has 24 cards in it. That's all well and good. We're gonna... Let's go next. Oh, I thought that was gonna be like a step into. So we're gonna step into there. This is gonna get the card at the back, which should be the one of diamonds. So that was card C. Where's C? C is the 1 of diamonds, the ace of diamonds. Now we're going to add it to the active play deck. So active play deck face-up cards is the size of 1 with a diamond, ace of diamonds in it. And now we're going to erase from face-down cards the card in the back. Cool. Boom. Down to 22. 23 cards remaining. Okay. Next, I gets incremented. I is now 1. We still have face-down cards. Do all that. Do all that. Okay. I is now 3. So we're done here. Face-up cards in active play deck has a size of 3 now. Showing the ace of diamonds, the king of diamonds, and the 2 of hearts. There are 21 cards remaining in the face down cards, which means you should be able to click 7 more times. So I will wait before I click again. Yeah, so I'll click again, I guess. Click. Continue. Okay. So we're down to... Weren't we at 21? Uh-oh. Now we're down to 16. Okay. Well, I guess we'll see what's going on when I do it again. Okay. So the size is now 12. Okay, let's see what's going to happen here. C is the 12 clubs, okay. Size becomes 11. Size becomes 10. Size becomes 9. Okay. If clicked, oh. Oh. I did the logic in 2 places. Oops. The click is supposed to be... I'm dumb. I'm so dumb. Gosh, dang it. I did the logic in 2 places. So all the card clicky logic should happen in here. Well, my copy paste fail. I copied the dot. Yeah, all the clicky logic should be in here. Got it. That's why we're having issues. I'm like, wait, why are we iterating 3 more times? Cool. That was the reason. This is supposed to be based on, like, for each slot type, how do we determine a click detection? Yeah, that's all. We'll deal with that later. Click 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Reshuffle. Cool. And it looks like it works, and the card order remains the same, because clearly we're not touching any cards, so that is working as we would expect. Obviously we aren't actually detecting where we're clicking yet, so we have to work on that aspect now. Okay, so instead of Oh wait, never mind. Okay. For play deck, it's easy. Just turn game get mouse 0. Get mouse X, is it? Get mouse X is greater than or equal to position. Slot dot position. I think we can do get mouse, which will return. No, that's not right. Get mouse pause. Yep, that returns a vector. And I think. Nope, we don't have a function to check if it's inside. I mean, we can make one. I don't know, or I can just write it manually. That's fine too, I guess. Game get mouse X is less than or equal to slot position X plus card size dot X. And keep adding these for the Y's. Like so. Cool. Isn't this inside of the Pixel Game Engine instance? It is, so I can remove all these. Shouldn't need to do any of that. Let's try it. So clicking around doesn't work. If I click here, it does work. Excellent. All right. Next. If clicked active play deck, this is where things get more interesting. If I click on a card, it should put the card like in a drag state. So I want to have a card. Do I want a pointer here? Let me think. No, I don't need a pointer. I can just make the number be like -1 or something if it's an invalid card. Anyway, card, dragged card. So we're gonna have a dragged card variable, and this dragged card will keep track of, well, the contents of what's being dragged. So if I click the active play deck, then the dragged card will now become equal to whatever's at the top of the play deck, as that's the thing I want to interact with. So we're going to grab face-up cards, whatever's at the top. And we're going to take it off of the top after we set that. This is going to end up being a copy, I believe. Yeah, there's no reason it would be a reference here. Because it's not holding a reference, it's literally holding its own instance. So I think that's a copy. And then we'll remove it from the active play deck here. Active play deck face up cards dot. Wait. Maybe I shouldn't erase it until after the card has been successfully moved, though. That might be what we want to do. Like, let's say if we drag a card off of somewhere, it shouldn't be displayed anymore. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's gone. It's just we display nothing until a successful action is performed and the state of the field gets modified. So it's like a subtle difference between if I just take it off of the face-up cards right now, it's going to show the next card and it's like the state of it has changed. But then if there's an invalid play and the card goes back to that spot, it's going to be kind of jarring that the state of that card slot gets modified right away. And this is like a subtle behavioral thing for the game that I think I want to do correct. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the face-up card at the top's suit to be, or maybe number, to be -1. And I think if I set the number to be -1, I don't think it's going to render, or it might render, but I'm going to change that. If the number is equal to -1, we just return here because we don't want to do anything. It's an invalid card. But because I do this, I need the game to know that if the dragged card can't be placed somewhere and it's invalid, it goes back to this spot. Or it replaces this card. So maybe I should make another card, maybe a reference instead. So this card reference should be like the previous card interaction, I think is what I'm going to call this for now. So the previous card interaction variable will now be set to this. And since it's a reference, if later on we have an invalid dragged card, like we drag it to a slot that it can't go to, it's gonna go back to wherever this previous card interaction is and just replace it itself. I think that is how I am going to do this. And I would be setting the number to -1 here, but the dragged card has the actual information that this card will end up using if it ends up being invalid. It's a very subtle thing, but I think it's important. I also need to set this to something. I guess I'll just make a dragged card for now. And then when we update it, it will be something else. Yeah, I think handling it this way will be fine. I like it, I just hope it does what I think it's gonna do. So we're not drawing the dragged card yet. I'm gonna do that now. So I'm gonna call the render card function. Actually, we don't have a render card function globally. We just have the card slots doing it because I said it would make more sense to make it local, but I think I'm gonna move it out. Because it doesn't really make sense for it to only be for card slots. If I want to draw a card, I don't necessarily need a card slot to do it. Okay. And let's see. Did I miss something? Looks like render card is now in game, so I need to point those there. Because it's not a static function. Okay. So I am going to call render card dragged card. .s dragged card dot number. Oh, I need a position. The position will be wherever the mouse cursor is, centered along it. Get mouse x minus card. Oh, I think I can just do get mouse minus or mouse pause minus card size. What's cool is if the number is -1, then render card is just not going to draw anything, which is exactly what we want. At the start, I guess dragged card should be set up proper. So I'll just make it a part of -1. That way it won't be drawn. When we click, we're going to set it. And now we have to make a click for the active play deck. Make it detect that we are indeed clicking there. So I'm just going to make it like this for now, but later we're going to have to update that because there are 3 cards, so if we could only click on this slot here. We also have to see if there is a card, first of all. If there's no card, this should error out. Yeah, because we go beyond the bounds. If active play deck dot face up cards dot size is greater than 0, then we can click there. Okay. So right now I click here, nothing happens. Click here. We have a card we are dragging now. That is not centered though, so I'm gonna have to change that. I think I meant to subtract half the width, not the full card size. So card size divide by 2. Okay. So I have a card. Now I have to put it somewhere, or I have to put it back. I don't know what it... I clicked here and it gave me, or it set another card. Which makes sense, but also is not what we want. Let me think what should have happened there. So dragged card becomes the next card, which is now the invisible card. So the card I'm dragging became invisible. That makes sense. Because I'm not removing the card at this point in time. I guess I could make it if I click again, or if I release the card. See, this is also where I have to think of how I want to handle it, because not only do I have to deal with clicking, I have to deal with the release. So if we release, it's on the same position. So this logic is kind of, this function's not reusable for mouse releases. And mouse releases is important for the dragging portion, because we need to know where, if we put the mouse at a certain position, we should know whether which slot we're clicking on, regardless if it's a press or a release. So this needs to be redone or moved a little bit. The mouse region needs to be separate from the press itself. So I'm going to first change this function to be called mouse over for any given card slot. we remove the fact that pressed is a thing. We return a function there, and if nothing ends up being returned, then, well, we're not moused over it. So now, I kind of decoupled that, and we can just say get mouse 0.bePressed and mouse over. I think this makes more sense, and now it's reusable for releases. Because when we release, that card needs to go somewhere else. Also, we shouldn't do this if we have a card in our hand. Period. Actually, this should never happen because on release, we should always be doing something. So let's handle that. If getMouse 0.beReleased and dragged card number is greater than or equal to, well, greater than 0. It'll never be 0, actually. You know what? I'm just going to put not equal to -1. Makes me feel better. So either this card will end up somewhere else, and we can update previous card interaction, or the current dragged card goes back to the previous slot. For now, I'm just going to set previous card interaction equal to the dragged card, and set dragged cards, wait. If this is a reference, does it not make a copy of it? Well, dragged card itself was a copy. Previous card interaction just holds the reference to whatever was previously there. So instead, I should be updating these to whatever dragged card's number and suit is, because the moment I invalidate dragged card's number, if this was a reference to dragged card, then I'm now going to be changing whatever's in here because it's a reference. So yeah, that's a little tricky. Anyways, this will just make it so every time, when I always release the mouse, it will always put the dragged card back. And it looks like it's... I don't know if it's just not... This isn't working or what. We press and mouse over. I feel like that should be working, right? But let me try again. Maybe I didn't mouse over the... Oh, there we go. Okay, so it didn't restore the card proper, so I messed up something. Messed up like a reference or something. Yeah, so now it's just gone. Let me see. Because this should be holding a reference to this card right here. Or maybe not, actually. Let me think about this. If I make this a point, no, not point. If I make this a reference, that's a pointer. No, this should be correct. At least I think. Let me debug this. I want to see. I want to see what that value is. Because I didn't really think about that. Okay, so this is a reference right now. And technically, if I were to change this, it also changes dragged card. Which is not what I want. Because I was thinking this would make a copy of it, but I guess it really doesn't. I need to actually initialize a copy by copying its members over. So maybe I'll do that. So I will copy and instantiate a new version of card into dragged card, and then just set this as a reference to that. Because it's a copy, but the reference is going to the same card as well. So it's not really like it's a reference, but this wasn't a copy. Period. It was just I don't know. I'm still learning this as well. Interesting behavior though. But this should decouple them, hopefully. So I click here, put that back. Nope. Still didn't do it. Why not? Previous card interaction dot number. It almost looks like I'm not actually modifying this. I'm modifying this variable, and this variable is not connected to this, which hmm. I mean, I could make it a pointer. That's what I'm starting to think. Just make it a pointer. But if I make it a pointer, I have to be careful. Okay. We'll try that. Okay. That more or less is what we want. I guess references are more like whether or not you're accessing a working copy of said card, or if you're working with the direct reference of said card. But it's not like a pointer where the place in memory it's at is remembered. It's just the same instance instantiated through memory from here was being referenced here. And then this well, I wasn't even using this before, but whatever. No matter what, this gets removed later on. So I don't know. I've still got a ways to go with like clearly being able to understand reference pointer here. I think I have to use a point. I had to use a pointer here. Like that was the key. Like it wasn't. It couldn't be a reference because the reference itself was pointing to this, which I also pointed to with dragged card. That's why I had issues there. And then when I go to edit here, if I edit the reference I got from up here, that reference is no longer available. Or at least it wasn't modifying the correct reference, it was modifying something. So I guess I did need a pointer. Huh. It's interesting. Anyway, let me commit this right now before we continue. This is a playfield and active playfield mouse interactions started. Okay. Next thing to really do is find actual valid places for said card to go. So we would have to develop the rules for this. First, I think I should make it so I can mouse over everything, because we're not even there yet. Before I can even get into, can this card go on this? Yes or no? That's going to be after all that. I need to make it so I can click these and begin dragging those cards as well. Oh, but before I do, I need to make it so I can click here instead of just the slot way over here. Let me fix that real quick. That'll be under mouse over. So this value can be up to however large the card size is times 16, I think. So we can do plus active play deck. Active play deck. Or slot face up cards dot size times, I think they're separated by 16. Is that right? 12. Okay. Times 12. So the range can be anywhere from the left corner up to this plus size times 12. So if there's one card, wait, that's not right. This needs to be standard min, whichever is smaller. Either 3 or that size times 12. Because if there's only one card, they're not moving over. It has to be this minus 1, though. Yeah, because we don't count the first one. Okay. Let me see here. So I click here, that works. Click here, that works. Click here, that works. Cool. That indeed does work. That's active play deck. Let's move on to the home. We can click. This one's easy. It's just these. Nothing else. Case field. Field is based on the number of cards going down. So if I do we also have to consider the spacing. Ah, this is where I should have had the card spacing be here, because we do need it. Okay. So we do add slot face down cards dot size plus slot face up cards dot size multiplied by card spacing so if there's one card, and it looks like we have to subtract one here, and that'll determine if we've clicked that. Okay, let's test this out. For the home slot, we'll iterate through every home slot here. We'll kind of do the same thing. Grab the topmost card from that home slot. Set it as our card. Let's see if that works. I'll have to add a card to one of these home slots. Oh, looks like we got an error here. Right, I need to do some boundary checking. That's pretty important. Let's make home 2. Have a jack of spades. Okay. Very good. Now let's check our field slots. So field i.faceupcards.size is greater than 0, grab a face-up card. Otherwise, we'll actually flip over the face-down card by moving it to the face-up card pile. Else, if field i.facedowncards.size is greater than 0, what in the world? Why did it indent? Okay, anyways. We'll do field i.faceupcards, push back, make a new card from the face down cards top pile. So push that card into the face up cards and then delete it from the face down cards. Let's try it. Very good. So every card is now clickable and draggable. Next is all the release rules. Where can cards go? Where are they allowed to go? Where can't they go? Card slots can be dragged. Okay, so all the release rules are down here. So right now we just made it so it always goes back. But this will be like the last thing that could happen. If we're allowed to place the card, we will. So we'll see if we're moused over. Let's start by seeing if we're moused over a home slot. Oh, that's interesting. I just thought about it. Each home slot will have its own suit, I guess. Like, if you place an ace of hearts on a home slot, then all the hearts will go on there. That's the rule. So if mouse over home I, then that means we're releasing over a home slot. So we'll check. I want to put this in a function and call it like return dragged card, or we'll say reset dragged card. That's what I want to call this. Because I want to be able to call this anywhere, but I don't want to copy and paste those 3 lines every time. So reset dragged card it is. Boom. Okay, now that we have that, we have an easy way to do this. Okay, so if we mouse over a home slot, the first rule is if we're holding an ace, so if dragged card dot number is equal to 1, so if we're holding an ace and the home slot's face-up cards dot size is equal to 0, then we're allowed to place that card there. That's the first rule. So if that's the case, drag card dot number equals -1. I don't really like this. I'm gonna say remove dragged card. I have another function for that, because I don't like the idea that I have to type that, and I'm like, why am I? What does saying it to -1 mean? Like I have to think about that. But if I make this remove dragged card, then that's a lot more clear. We have remove and reset. That's a little scary. Return dragged card to previous position. I'm going to be very explicit about this function because I don't want to be confused by remove dragged card. Or maybe I can call it delete dragged card. Maybe that's more clear. Reset and delete. Yeah. Delete's more like, boom, it's gone. Remove is kind of reset. So we have reset and delete. Because the other function was a little too wordy. I didn't want to have to type all that. So Anyway, cool. So we will set the face-up cards. We'll push back a dragged card instance onto face-up cards. That should be a copy. And then we'll delete the dragged card. So that's the first rule. The second rule is if there's already cards there, if the slot has no cards in it, and it's an ace, accept. Else, the next case is if the face-up cards dot size is greater than 0, and dragged card dot number is equal to whatever the topmost card is number is plus 1 if the card we are holding is 1 number higher than the top card on the slot, and the suit is matching. So we get to match suits as well. And home I.suit, or wait, dragged card dot suit is equal to home face up cards dot s, then we'll do that. Otherwise, reset dragged card. Invalid. So that's the logic for that. Let me see if it works. If we get an ace, that's good. Ooh, nice. Doing this does not reveal the next card, so that's... Uh-oh. What happened to that card, I wonder? Huh. Oh, I forgot. I removed the reset dragged card thing. So... we need to get out of here if we are successful, ever. So if we delete dragged card, we're also going to get out of this loop or whatever. I'm gonna make a label called dragged card success. And we'll just go to it because I want to get out of here. Drag. I guess if we always delete dragged card, then we're always gonna go to it. Oh, this is outside of that scope. Right. Yeah. That's fine. That way we don't need the else invalid stuff. We can just reset dragged card if nothing happens at all. Build errors. Oh, right. I have to actually... forgot how I do this. There has to be something there, I think. Anyways, there's no aces this time, so... this is basically a dud. It looks like everything works proper, so that's good. You know what's weird? If I press again, it still releases proper... I guess it's because... I feel like I didn't add logic for that, but whatever. Doesn't screw up the game. Come on, give me an ace so I can test this correctly. Dang it. Okay. Gave me an ace. Cool. Everything works. So if there were proper logic, let's see. I doubt we get lucky here. Yeah, okay. Anyway, I think the way I made this is gonna work really well now. I like the flow of this. So we just implement all of our logic here and the game should work. So that's if we mouse over home. Home slot is very easy. I guess I have to do this though, huh? Okay. The next thing to do is if we mouse over a field slot. I don't know why I keep hard coding this thing here. I is less than field.size I plus plus. Okay. So if we mouse over a field slot, the rules are if it's an empty slot, like there's no cards in that column, you can place a king and all... Oh, I forgot. You can drag more than one card. You can drag like an entire set of cards. I didn't even think about that. Ooh. Yeah, so you can drag an entire set of cards into another row, provided the topmost card is actually... Okay. So I'm going to have to change this. Instead of the dragged card being a single card... Yeah, I totally forgot about this. Like if we had... Wait, does that work? Yeah, because if we had a king and then we had like a queen and a jack, you can drag the king, queen, and jack over to a new column on its own. That's like one of the rules of Solitaire. Yeah, so I'm gonna turn this dragged card thing into a vector. And that means we're gonna have to do this. And I'm probably gonna make the vector just be empty to indicate a null card or whatever. And... oh man. Previous card interaction. Let me think of how this would work now. So every card that we interact with would be inside of here. So we need a vector of pointers, which I guess is fine. A vector of pointers so that all the cards can be put back or set back to their original if they need to be. Yeah, okay. Oh man, that changes quite a bit of stuff. I didn't even think about this, but yeah, we gotta implement it. Definitely. Reset dragged card. Okay. So, presumably, the number of dragged cards will always be equal to the number of previous card interactions. So we just iterate through every previous card interaction and set it to its dragged card equivalent. Yes. As long as they match, this is super easy. And then dragged card dot it's not erase, I think clear is what I want here. I should erase everything from it. Erases all elements from the container. Cool. Delete dragged card. Dragged card clear. Okie dokie. So that's the first bit of this. Now, if we click the card, it's gonna take dragged card dot push back this card. Previous card interaction dot push back this pointer. Same with this. Checking if drag card dot size is greater than 0 here. That means we have dragged cards. If drag card dot number. So we would only do this if there was one dragged card. We would never put more than one card on the home slot. And we would do much similar with this down here. Okay. Render card. Alright. So, goodness. If there's only one card, we do this. If there's multiple cards, we'll render them drawing downwards, which I guess means I can iterate this instead of doing this silliness. Where int I is 0, I is less than dragged card dot size, I plus plus. Yes, so dragged card 0 dot, well, I dot s, I dot number, offset by the card size, I think. No. 0, comma, I times, I want to say it's 16. Yeah, it's 16 by default. Okay. Everything should work as before, because so far we've only dealt with one individual card. Uh-oh. Did I not do a check up here for this? Dragged card dot size is equal to 1. Did I miss something? Hold on, let me actually see where it complains about this. Okay. Complains about it. Reset dragged card. Previous card interaction I number equals drag card I dot number. So right here, dragged card has a size of 2, but previous card interaction has. Oh wait, I don't clear it, do I? Oops. Crud. Previous card interaction dot clear. That's why once we interact with more than one thing, we add to that list and we need to delete from that list when we're done. Yeah. Much better. Okay, so far, again, we've only interacted with one card. Oh, this isn't working for whatever reason. Oh, you know what? Once we have done that, we need to fix up that whole thing. So if I release onto wherever, cool, I have something to do now. Dragged card success. If the dragged card, wait, no. Previous card interaction. Let me think about this, because we haven't actually taken the time to get rid of this card here. Which I didn't really think about. It's just like a blank card waiting to be deleted now. We need to know what slot we're interacting with to get rid of it. Not just what card it is. Previous card interaction. Maybe I'll add a previous card slot interaction too. Previous card slot interaction. Which means I have to do this. And this. Okay. So when we have a dragged card success, we need to iterate through our previous card slot interactions. Well, it doesn't have to be a vector, I don't think, because all of them will come from the same card slot no matter what. Period. There will never be a case where that's not true. So I don't have to do a dot clear, just have to set it back to null. Or just set it to something else. But when we get to here, drag card success. Oh, we're resetting it by then. Right. We don't want to do that. Maybe if we reset drag card, but this is gonna fall through to this label anyway. From the looks of it, so we should be good. What the? Yeah, it'll fall through to this label. Why? Stop auto-indenting. Previous card slot interaction. Oh god. I'm starting to see a common theme here. We need to know not only the card slot type, but the actual card. Wait a second. The card slot does tell us what it's... Alright, so we have to... Yes. Iterate through its type. Okay. So, we have... what cases do we have? We have the active play deck, which, if we're successful, we need to remove the... We just have to remove it from the face-up cards. So, previous card slot interaction. Face-up cards. Topmost card gets erased. Erases topmost card. So that's just gone. Case of the field. Do I even set this yet? We press... Looks like I don't set it yet. Previous card slot interaction equals a reference to active play deck. This one's a reference to home I. This one is field I. Okay. Erase face-up card, yes. We have to do it based on how many cards there are, though. So, I is 0, I is less than... Oh crud, we won't know by then, because we already erased it. Dragged card dot clear. So it looks like I have to do this inside of delete dragged card or something. Because that is the success case, essentially. Yeah. This is the success case here, which means we do have to take care of all this at this time. Implied success. So I is less than drag card dot size, I plus plus, to go through all the dragged cards. Erase all of those. Because it's implied, if we're moving like 3 cards, the 3 cards had to come from the last 3 slots of the face-up cards. There's no other way to do that. And for home, home just is 1 card, so. Simple enough. Okay. Let's see. We have a success here. Cool. It works. Very good. So yeah, it replaced the slot, essentially removing it. So we're getting there. We're getting somewhere. Slowly but surely. Here's the 2. Oh, that... Wait, what? It's being displayed backwards, I think. Why does... Wait, what? It made another ace, I think. Wait, what the heck? Why did it make an ace? I'm gonna have to look at that. So on release, or maybe rather... On release, push back dragged card 0 onto face-up cards, delete dragged card. For home, we always render the topmost card. Okay, well there's definitely a bug here. Let me just verify that doing home 0 face-up cards, push back, spade 1, spade 2 does what I think it does. No, it doesn't. Ah, okay. It's like the 2 is behind... Yeah, the 2 is behind the 1. So not only is it not rendered correctly, but it also grabs the wrong card. It's like... We're grabbing face-up cards dot size -1, which should be from the end. So that's interesting. I'm surprised it's rendering incorrectly. Oh. Yeah, these are indeed backwards. I think I pointed that out earlier, but I was like too busy figuring out other stuff. Anyway, yeah, that was definitely backwards. So now there's a 2 there, and the 2 causes... Wait, what? I don't know why it doesn't show the ace still, because the ace is definitely still in the pile. So it should have rendered this card underneath that card. Like the fact I'm dragging it and then all of a sudden it doesn't show anything is not what I was expecting. It's supposed to do like this. It shouldn't affect it. That's kind of weird. Hmm. It's not like face-up cards dot size is being decreased. I don't think. Maybe it is. Let me see. If we grab update card slots, press mouse over, active play deck, if we mouse over home, face-up cards size -1 is -1. So it's definitely still there, and the number of cards doesn't decrease. So why doesn't it render anything? I don't know. It's definitely not what I was expecting. Anyway, I'm not gonna worry about it for now. It's just kind of weird. It's like a visual thing, from what I can tell. Anyways, if we mouse over the field, right now we're just grabbing one card, but we might be grabbing multiple cards, so we have to actually check for that. So instead of doing this, let's grab the mouse position relative to the cards, and that determines which card stack we're grabbing. If we grab it from like the very top of the deck, like we grab it from the face down card set, then that's fine. We grab everything. So that's one case. So if get mouse Y is less than field eyes position.y plus field eyes face down cards size multiplied by the card spacing. And I think we have to subtract 1 here. Then this means we're just grabbing everything. Grabbing everything because we clicked above the stack. Right eye 0 eye is less than field eye face up cards dot size. The order we have to do this in has to be backwards though. So this minus I minus 1. Wait, is that right? Do I put them in reverse order? That doesn't sound right. No, we put it in order. Okay. Face up cards field. Yeah, they're gonna remain in the same order they were taken from. 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Pushback, previous card interaction, previous card slot interaction. Okay, that's all well and good. Let's test that. First, I will just... So if I click down here, nothing should happen. If I click here, nothing should happen. If I click here... What in the world? That is definitely not what should be happening. Field I. Oh, I'm already using I. Right. We should not use the same index to iterate through face-up cards. Field I, face-up cards J. Right. E. Okay. I'm surprised that didn't break things further. Okay, so if we click anywhere above, looks like 2 cards above, so I guess the -1 is not helpful here. Right, because the face down cards only represent all the cards that we can click above. We would grab every single card normally. We can't grab this one right now, but these we can. So this is good. Now let's add more to the stack and see if we grab all of those and if that logic works proper. So if I add more to field, let's say 3, I'm just going to add in some card dummies here. So now we've got more cards. I can grab that entire stackaroni. Alright. Now what happens when we don't want to grab the whole stackaroni? We want to grab something. That's the next part at the code. Okay. Else. We're going to see if... Well, we're going to base how many cards we take from it based on how far down the mouse is from there. So let's see here. For int j equals... So first we have to know how far down all the face down cards card spacing together is. So I can just take this. This is like the baseline. Baseline y, or highest y, I should say. And then for every card spacing amount down further we go, that's 1 card further down we start from. So we just say mouse get mouse y minus, I'll do this, card slots down is get mouse y minus highest y divided by the card spacing amount. And that will determine how many card slots down we would start from, I believe. So if mouse y was further down, like 16 further down from the highest y, that would be the next card over. So this would be 16 divided by 16, which is 1, which is what we would want, assuming that that many cards exist. So we do have to provide a min here, because we might go too far. But we are restricted by the mouse over function here. So in theory, that should not be possible. So card slots down. J is less than field I face up cards dot size J plus plus. So for everything from there to the bottom, yes, we'll take all the cards. So should be able to just copy that at this point. Let's see if that works. So here, that still works. That works. Okay. It almost completely works. It looks like I can't grab this card below its quarter point. Wait, this is kind of broken. What happened here? Well, it almost works. I don't know. That must be the mouse over function. I swear I checked that earlier. Maybe I broke something else, but let me see. Field. The lower bound is the position plus the card size of Y plus all of this times slot card spacing. -1. Something doesn't seem right here. Firstly, why am I adding the card size? That would give me the bottom of a card, which kind of makes sense. And then for every extra card, we have to add the card spacing. And that would put it further down. And that makes sense, but doesn't seem like it's right. All the cards together. Well, let's see if it triggers. I'm going to just breakpoint right after this and see if, or maybe breakpoint at this point. Let's see. Let's see what it says. Mouse over here. Let's step. I just want to step over it, I think. Well, tell me what it returned. I think it should be able to tell me what it returned. It doesn't, what the, it's giving me the pointer of the function. Okay. Doing, okay, I'm gonna step. Oh, right there it tells me it returned false. Okay, so it is the mouse over function. Why is it? Oh, it's doing checks for every slot. I forgot. That's not what I wanted. I wanted slots only for this field in particular. And let's do a condition here. If slot... Oh, crud. I can't really... Well, we can do the condition in here, I think. It makes more sense. So in field, we'll do this condition if I is equal to, what slot was that? I think 3. I'm just going to say I is equal to 3. Okay. Let's try that. Oh wait. I'm gonna put this on a separate line. That way I can actually do this. Here we go. Okay. Because firstly, the mouse has to be pressed. Otherwise, that whole thing's pointless. I click there. Then I click step over, and it says... No, they didn't give me anything. Okay, I'll try that again. Step into maybe, and step over. So it doesn't tell me what mouse over returns. Oh. Wait, did I click the wrong one? Oh my god, I clicked the wrong... Wait. No, that is the right line. Update card slots. Let's just step into... Wait, why is it doing that? Why are you doing this to me? Okay, I'm just gonna do this. Sometimes it's just better to do this. In here, in here, in here, in here. Okay, so it's saying in here, which means the check goes through, and it's just we're not grabbing anything using that code. Cool. I got spammed a bunch of in heres, so we're getting in here at least. So which means this code is not working proper, at least from the looks of it. It looks like field I.pos.y plus facedowncards.size. This is... I need to see what card slots down ends up being. Because it sounds to me like I have a math error. Card slots down, so we're gonna step over. And card slots down is now 1. Which is correct. Now if I go here... Oh, I think I see the problem. Card slots down is beyond the value here. Okay. That's why. So yeah, we do need a min here, with the min being however large the face up cards dot size is -1. We must always click at least 1 if we can click. Okay, that's the issue. Get rid of this breakpoint. We're good. Awesome. We're back to functional. feel like if we have multiple cards, it shouldn't be drawn with the top card centered. It should be drawn with the top card mostly off-centered. In fact, when you grab them, usually the offset is based on wherever you clicked them initially. They don't snap to the center of the mouse, but it's not a big deal for now. I still don't know why pulling this off doesn't reveal the previous card. It should. Maybe I'll worry about that later. No, I kind of want to know what's going on now. Let me see. Oh, I forgot. If we render a card and it's... Wait a second. Size should not be greater than 2. So we should be using this one. And if we render card and the card has a -1, that should be fine, right? Like that shouldn't cause any issues with the other cards. Did I maybe... Let me see. Am I perhaps still grabbing the other card? When I mouse over home, we grab the topmost face-up card. Okay, let's look. So we can debug this. At least if I... Let's breakpoint here, that's a good breakpoint. So we do this. Let's see what happened. Face-up cards is size 2. The first card is a spade of... Wait, they're both spades of 2. What? Uh-oh. That's not good. So they're both references to the same card? How did that happen? When initially, it looks like this. Spade, ace, and spade 2. It's like at some point both are turned into the same reference. Oh boy. What kind of spaghetti code is this? There's no, like, for loop or anything here, other than this. It's not like I'm iterating through the cards, I'm only grabbing one specific card, which is the card at the highest spot of the stack. Is the home done differently than the rest? Am I going crazy? Because when I render the home cards, yeah, I do them backwards, which is correct. Let me do this real quick. 2, 1. Okay, continue. What's interesting is I can't put it there. So it clearly knows there's another card here, but it's not rendered or something. Oh, here we go, threads. That's what I was looking for. Oh. Okay, that's all OpenGL threads. That makes sense. Okay, let me... Trying to think what I need to do here. Let me make sure after on-user update we're still good. I'm just going to breakpoint here and we'll do a couple of iterations of that and keep an eye on home 0. It's going to be home 0 here. Yeah. So let's continue. Oh. After one iteration, something breaks. Okay. Well, that's not good. It immediately sets the 0, 1 to... What? How does that even make sense? Something's being run here, I think. What the heck? Okay, I'm going to... I guess it's after update card slots. Let's restart. And... I'm gonna go... Gotta keep an eye on this guy. Let's go... If I step over, it's still fine. Okay. After rendering cards, it gets changed? Wait, that's weird. What? C. Uh-oh. Oh my... Dude, are you serious? I'm so dumb. I made this a reference. Which means whatever's at the top is going to reflect into all the other cards going down. I'm a big dumb. Okay. And I would only notice that issue if I have multiple cards to play with. So yeah. We're good now. Hey. We're almost there. We're almost there to functioning Solitaire. Let's finish the rules out, shall we? We're almost done. Multi-card drag stuff. And slight bug fixes. Yeah, because we're gonna need... I definitely couldn't move forward with this without having the ability to drag the entire stack, because we're gonna need that functionality here very shortly. Okay. So if we mouse over the field, now we can talk about this. There are a couple of possibilities here. First, if there's nothing in that space at all, so there's no face down cards, and there's no face up cards, and our dragged card is our topmost dragged card, I should say. Wait, are we... So 0 should be the topmost card, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see how we're rendering this. Zero is the topmost card, yes. So, well, the card in the back. So this card has to be a king. The column is empty, and the topmost card is a king. I think they can only be kings. I'm pretty sure that's the rule. If not, I mean, we can change it later. But I think it has to be. If it is, we can copy everything we dragged into there. Is less than... drag card dot size, push it all into our new field slots as face up cards. Then we delete dragged card. Third success. Okay. Let's test it. I'm gonna force the very first field slot to be completely empty. Face up cards dot clear. And then I'm gonna make field 3's second card be... Actually, I'm gonna add another third card, be a king. Even though this is not actually possible in a game. This is for testing. Wait, I thought I cleared you. I guess the draw cards happen before this, so we'll do all that afterward. So the card disappears. Okay, so I'm gonna be able to do this. What the heck? I must have messed up I must have nested an I again. Yep, there's a nested eyes. Of course. I have to use J for the card index. So if I try to do this, nope, not allowed. Try to do this, nope, not allowed. Do this, we can do it. Cool. Too easy. Alright, so that's one rule. The next rule is if the topmost card in whatever we're dragging is one number lower and the opposite colored suit, then we can put that card, that stack there. So we'll say First, let's see if there are any face-up cards. If there aren't, we can't compare anything. Then, let's take the topmost dragged card and compare its... How am I going to compare the colors here? Do I have a pattern? I do. No, I don't. I feel like there's no mathematical way I can do this. I just have to say if it's a club, it can be a diamond or heart. If it's a spade, it can be a diamond or heart. If it's a... Yeah, I have no real numerical way to match this, so I'm gonna have to make a function for this. If is opposite suit, or opposite color, is opposite color, and we'll provide two suits for this function. So we're looking at the furthest down face-up card. Suit. We're going to see if that is the opposite color. And we are one number lower than that previous card's number. So number is, well, dragged cards. This would be the, yeah, still the topmost number is equal to this minus 1. Then we're allowed to put it there. Well, put the whole stack there, I guess. So I'll just copy this. What? Okay, let's make this function real quick. Failed to push to remote repository. Okay, that's weird. Just randomly decided it didn't want to work. This will be a bool. Accepts two suit. Suit 1, suit 2. If suit 1 is equal to heart, or it's equal to diamond, and I guess I'm just going to put return statements here. I think and resolves before or, so I have to wrap these in parentheses. S2 is equal to club or spade. Then that would work. Or S1 is equal to club or S1 is equal to spade. And S2 is equal to heart, or S2 is equal to diamond. I think those are our cases. Yeah, it's either red to black, or black to red. And if it's not those, then it should return false. So let me make a quick comment here about what this is. The column has face-up cards, and the top dragged cards suit is the opposite color of the last face-up cards suit. And the dragged cards number is 1 less than the last face-up card's number. This is like the core rule of Solitaire right here. Alright, let's see if that works. So let's do that. Let's do that. Ooh, it worked. This should not work. This should work. This should work. Okay, things are working. Very good. Looks like I got the logic right. Can we do anything else here? 5. Oh, put the ace up there. You can put 9. Queen. Oh wait, 10. Jack, queen, ace. This is like the core rule of Solitaire. So after with this in there, we're pretty much almost done now. This is good. I've got multiple copies of some cards, but hey, it's all good. 3. 4 of clubs. Can't do anything with that. It's looking good though. 6. Oh, that can go there. We might be stuck. Oh. 7. 10. 3. Also, I did delete a card. I have to remember, I don't think the game is actually winnable because I did like completely remove and adjust the field myself. So I just want to see if we can get a... Yeah, can't put that there. We can put that there, even though that's an invalid stack. Let me see if we can... I want to try placing this on a 4, but I need a 4. Is there a red 4? Can I get a red 4? No? Alright. Being mean to me, I guess. Okay, well, anyways, it works. I'm gonna get rid of my artificial cards that I was testing with now, because these are breaking the game. Like, from being actual playable. Is that it? Is that all the rules? I feel like it is. What? Am I missing any rule? Wait, I think that's it. I think the rules for Solitaire are done. Why do I feel like there's another rule? It's a king... I think that's it. That's Solitaire. Wait, where'd the... Dang it. I left the clear line. Yeah, get rid of that. Alright, well, if we have all the rules of Solitaire, I might as well try to actually play it. Nope. Nope. Okay. Oh, I think I want to make it so I can drag stuff. Well, you know what? I'm not gonna bother right now. I was gonna say maybe like if I drag it to like here, I'm not mouse overing the actual row, so it wouldn't put it there. Even though it looks like it should kind of go there. That's just like a minor thing I can fix though. Like if I try to put it here, it won't let me. So yeah, that's something I'm gonna have to fix. It's just a minor thing. 5. Where are the aces? Rip. Oh. 4. 10. Ace. There's an ace. That's good. 7. King. Okay. I feel like I have run out of moves already. Rip. It's over. It's not winnable. It's not winnable. No. Okay. I mean, you can do another round. That opens up quite a bit. It's pretty huge. I guess we have to program the win condition. Yes, we do have to program that. There is no win con right now. Yeah, so I'll do that. I kind of want to make the actual classic, like cards bouncing off the decks when you win thing. I think that would be pretty fun as a finishing touch. That would indeed be really nice. Can I do anything here? I need the 9. I don't know, are you supposed to be able to place any card on these? I don't think you're allowed to. I'm pretty sure it can only be kings. I guess I could check for that rule, but pretty sure it's only kings. I could be wrong though. Three. Oh no, don't tell me we're stuck. Oh no. Well, I don't have a king, is the problem. So how can I get rid of these? I can't, right? 10, I need a black 9. Or I need a... I feel like only the 9's the only way I'm gonna get anywhere. And I don't see one. So I think we're stuck. Oh, there's one here. But that's 3 cards deep. And the 5 has to go here if I want to play it. There's no other 6. So yeah, it's doomed. Either way, this is good. Can I do anything else? Nope, we're stuck. Very good. Honestly, conceptually, it was pretty challenging to make. Just because of some of the more advanced behaviors that this game comes with. Definitely made it an interesting little challenge. I did mention that was why I wanted to try this because it does come with a couple of weird quirks that I didn't really think about how I would implement before. So yeah, that was really interesting. It was a fun little project. I had a good time. I feel like I can't get anywhere with this though, unless I get something useful. Moving these cards around will help though. Oh. Ooh, okay. Oh my god. Four. It's doomed. Rip. Good stuff, though. Wait, can I fill this out at all? Oh my god, I just have clubs everywhere. Dang it. Very good. Core game is finished. All that's left is the win con. So upon releasing the mouse and placing a card, we can check if we've won the game. We win the game if the kings all end up on all 4 field slots or home slots. Game 1 is false. For int I is 0, I is less than 4, or less than home dot size. If home I face up cards, we're looking at the topmost card. Number is not equal to 13, or let's do it this way. Game 1 is true. If it's not equal to 13, game 1 is false, and we break out of the loop. And if game 1, then, well, we won. Yay. I do want to do the whole card animation thing. I think that'd be pretty cool. So we'll We'll have to do a couple of things to make that happen. First, everything would become sprites at this point. Like it would render the entire screen as sprites once. And then from then on, we're also not going to update the screen, as in like clear it, but the cards will start bouncing off of their respective spots, and yeah, that'll be that. So that's pretty much what I have to do. I do have a clear at the beginning of the game, and that's it. Okay, so on user update, we need like a global variable here for if the game is finished or not. Where? I guess I'm going to put it down here. Game finished is false. So at this point we say game finished is true. And this stuff only happens if not game finished. So when the game is finished, we're going to do some completely different things. They're going to be on the very first frame of the game finishing. Sprites rendered is false. We're gonna else if not sprites rendered, we're going to set to true, and we're gonna render every card as a sprite. So right now, all of these render card functions, they render as, or they all just create decals. They all call render card. So all I have to do here is say if game finished, we'll draw the sprite versions of these instead. So I'll say fill rectangle and draw rectangle. Actually, we don't care about the face down cards, so I'm actually not going to render those. So I'm going to say if not game finished. So we won't render those if the game is finished. We will render the cards though. And only the, let's see, the backgrounds of the cards. We do care about that. We care about the actual card text. We do care about the outline as well. Okay, so all of this. Yeah, the actual card itself will draw, but we'll draw the sprite versions. Draw rotated sprite. Okay, let's see here. This should be draw sprite. Okay. So this is kind of misleading. It's supposed to be the, it returns a decal even though it says get sprite. Get sprite. So this will return the sprite instead of the decal, which is funny because it's called get sprite. Okay, so now I have to figure out what is going on here. So position. You can do pause, sprite, scale, and flip. Oh, right, you can't do float scaling. I forgot about that. I could fix this by just creating versions of these that don't have, that are smaller, that are, I didn't know what the sizes would be at first, but now that I know, I could just straight up make those the actual sizes. So I will go, where am I going? Repos, or source repos. I guess I'll make quarter size versions of these and then just remove the scaling altogether. Don't really want to open these in this. Open. Where is edit with clip? Dude, where? Goodness. Okay. Yeah, I'll just shrink all these down myself. Since we know for sure we want these. And no interpolation, please. So they're going to be 8 by 8, actually. It's very tiny. Are they really scaled down that small? I guess they are. That's surprising. I didn't realize. Like, there's no... I guess they are, but I shouldn't use no interpolation. Should at least use linear or something. Well, I don't know, it's... Don't like that. Maybe I'll do a technique where I... Wait, what was I gonna do? I was gonna do like... Man. Okay. I think... Like, why is it so weird? Because when I render it, it is scaled up. At least it looks like it is. Let me see. Oh, you know what? I know why. It's because I'm using a pixel size of 4 by 4. So when I scale it down, it's actually being scaled back up to 32 by 32. Which makes sense. That's why they're so tiny. Okay. I get it. I feel like... the problem is scaling loses a lot of information here. Might just redo it. Since we're gonna have to shrink them down this much. Let's see here. Let me see how this looks in comparison. I mean, it's basically the same. I guess you can't really... Let me see. I don't know. I feel like even at this pixel size, it could probably do a semi-decent looking heart. Like, yeah, definitely can. I just have to do it myself. Let's go... Yeah, I mean, that's fine. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to just do it myself since... it's gonna be scaled down so much. Cool. Yep, I figured. What does this look like? Okay. Close enough, I guess. Good enough, I guess. I didn't really think about that. Let me try the text for this one. This one's a rather difficult to do. Eh, I like mine better. Alright, last one. Of course. Uh-huh. Get rid of these two. Or... I guess if I move this up, I'll have more space to finish this out. Yeah, like that. Cool. I mean, that more or less works. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Art 8x8. Club 8x8. And Spade 8x8. Okay. I have those now. So we get rid of the scaling. Draw sprite. Oh, we don't have a sprite version of this either. Oh, dang. Hmm. Did I choose weird numbers for this? It looks like I did. I mean, I might be able to get away with that, but... these two don't exist. So let's have a look. What does that look like? So I can, like, bypass this by saying game finished is true. And just seeing what that looks like. And I don't see anything. Wonderful. Okay. Oh, you know what? I have to... So I do still have to render every card. Like so. Oh, right. There needs to be masks. Let's do that. And then, wait a second. Oh, and I'm using the wrong sprites. I need to use the tiny versions. Right. So let me add those in. And then we'll throw in a mask. I mean, that doesn't look bad. Could be worse. Also, the What? Diamond, please, why are you disobeying? Did I not name a diamond 8x8? Diamond 8x8. It is definitely called that. Get sprite. Diamond sprite 8. Diamond sprite 8. Does it just refuse? Oh, it's 32 by 32. Oops. Why did I do that? Okay. It's less diamondy. Cool. Good enough. Okay. I mean, simple enough. Set sprites rendered to true, else we can start doing the simulation thing where every single card will bounce down, I guess, from some starting point and then just kind of bounce off screen eventually. I'll be right back. Okay. So each card slot, let's see, card slot will have a card's remaining value. We'll start at 13. And so orient I is 0, I is less than home dot size. Each card slot will keep track of card position. And just the card position, honestly. Oh, I guess each one will also have some kind of bounce velocity, I guess. I guess the velocity just in general. I'm gonna say the vel. Now it's gonna be 2 velocities, horizontal and vertical. And then we'll have a gravity variable. And then we can do everything based off of that. I guess we need a bounciness too. Bounce. How much it bounces. I guess we can just reflect the velocity back up and just decay it over time. That sounds like an easy way to do that. But yeah, we have a const float gravity, which I'll just set it to, I don't know, 0.2f for now. So, if can I go to my card slot class, please? What? It's a struct. Sure. Home I card pause is less than negative card size dot x and home I dot card pause dot y is less than negative card size dot y, or basically we're gonna check all. Wait, hold on. Yeah, we just do ors for everything. Check if we're outside all these bounds. Or home I dot card pause x is greater than the screen width. Send out a card, I guess. Okay. Set the velocity randomly. So it can either go negative or positive in this random range. So I'm using the default RNG, and looks like I need a float distribution now. Uniform float distribution? Is that a thing? That is not a thing. Standard random. Uniform real distribution is a thing. So we'll go from negative, I don't know, negative 30 to positive 30. Float random. So I can just pull this whenever I need it. Rand horizontal velocity. Rand vertical velocity. think that's all we need. And then we have an else statement here. If it's not outside, we will just update velocity equals just the y velocity actually. Plus equals whatever the gravity is times f elapsed. Anything else? Oh, the position, I guess. Update the velocity, the position based on velocity, update velocity based on gravity, times f elapsed time. So it doesn't freak out. I think we shouldn't do the y's, because the y's, or whatever. If home i.pos.y is less than or greater than screen height or screen height, and set home i.position.y to screen height, and set the velocity.y times equals negative 0.95. 95% its previous bounce. Something like that. Okay. I think that's all we really need. Should do something. Oh, we got an error. Okay, apparently they're not defined. What? Hmm. Let me see. Is it only positive numbers? Maybe it is only positive numbers. Let's try that. Because it's complaining about the range. Oh wait, I'm dumb. How about we go min to max, not max to min. Oh, you know what we gotta do? We gotta actually draw something too. Render a card. Oh, I have to update card pause, not pause. The suit will be whatever suit the home has. And this will be whatever the current number is. Yeah. Oh no. Oh yeah, there is nothing there. Duh. Okay. Well, we can change that. For the sake of testing, I'm gonna put cards there. Home 0. Okay. Nothing happens. Question is this a running or not? I mean, I did draw cards here, so that's a thing, but does it just not update after one? Hmm. What is going on? Let's find out. Cart pause. Okay. Go next. Looks like in this case it's fine. Continue. Oh, is card position an integer? It is. Oops. Well, that would do it. Kinda. I still have a breakpoint here. Oh my god, something's happened. Okay. Uh... The absolute value of x is less than 3, then 9.8. Okay. I think what I'll do is... Oh, I didn't account for the height. Make it not render every frame, only every so often. Only when it's traveled far enough. So we can say like, once it's traveled a certain distance, that's when we render it. Last card display. If the distance so if home I card pause dot x minus home I last card display dot x plus this is greater than, oh, I don't know, 9, then we'll render a card. Okay, still not enough, but it's something. I think the gravity should be higher. Gravity should be higher. I think the velocities can be more sporadic. And the distance can be further. Builders. What the? Okay. Oh, I'm not updating the last card display. I'm dumb. That's probably why it's not working. I'm like, surely that's enough distance. Cool. Anyways, that is good enough. I'll take it. Simple windscreen. Very good. Alright. I'll remove those. What? Oh. We didn't check how many cards there are. Base up cards dot size is greater than 0. If it's equal to 0, or right. Awesome. Fix bug called a night.